Yeah. Come on. Yeah, testing, testing. Talk. Yeah. Par- Oh, okay. All right. Waiting for a cue.
logged in.
You know, talk. But,
So, you know, there's 2 rooms, but you only have to monitor the
Okay,
on
all right.
record. That's the questions and comments room.
huh?
If people don't
Nothing.
volunteer their name and
Waiting for Mark.
organization, just ask them. Right? If somebody says something and
I
you're
was
not
just
sure
asked to
that,
stand up
that's
here
supposed
and
to be asked
talk a little
or,
bit.
or comment,
Pretty much, yeah.
you can
You know,
ask
I won't
them,
look
"Hey,
crazy in
Is that for
front
the,
of
you know, I just want to check, is that for the record? And these are going to be on, it's not, don't worry about touching them, he controls them,
Oh, so we don't have to do
right?
mute, unmute, huh?
And then otherwise, you know, you have some discretion. If there's a question or comment, you're like, it's nonsensical or it's irrelevant or off topic, you can ask them, you know, sure, you know, do you know that we're talking about 2015-1?
Right, okay.
And I'll be on, I'm in the room too. If you got any questions, you can just ask me a question.
Hey, look, there you are.
Yeah. And that's it. The machine is not going to sleep. We finally figured out the power setting.
Oh, all right. That's always fun. Actually, I'm gonna plug myself in as well.
I don't know how many times she need to go up to here and go. That's what we're here for.
Hmm? This is a test, just a test. This is a test, just a test.
Country fried steak and diner at 3 o'clock in the morning. Not a good idea.
Where did you was it Lynn and Bill? That's where you ended up. Was it, what bar did you
O'Doul's or something.
like right next to the,
Lefties.
right at Union Square there?
They're around the corner from there. Like, good place. Yeah.
Was there karaoke?
Oh, yeah.
Karaoke at an Irish pub?
It was like dueling pianos with just one guy. Like, you know, like there
So
was,
more of like a sing-along.
yeah, exactly.
Not
exactly.
really karaoke.
No.
Oh, that would have been,
It was fun.
oh, Patty would have loved that.
Yeah.
We were like, karaoke? No way.
No, it wasn't really karaoke.
It's more sing-along.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I can't tell her that. She'll be pissed if she missed it.
Oh,
Yeah, but
they were pissed too.
what's it?
They were pissed too.
What, that we missed it?
No, just pissed. Drunk.
Yeah. There's no way I could have done it for you.
Yeah, thank you. That one just keeps going.
Oh, you got to direct it.
You can hear us. Okay. Yeah, so this one's now off, right?
Good morning. If everyone would come in and be seated, we'll get started in a moment. Got it.
I want to be closer to you. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry.
Good morning. I'm John Curran, President and CEO of ARIN. I'd like to get started on the second day of our public policy meeting. First, I'd like to thank our sponsors, and give a big round of applause for WebPass, your internet connectivity. Welcome, everyone. I'd like to thank our webcast sponsor, Google, and our refreshment break sponsors, Fastmetrics, ServerHub, and IT Market Group. Very nice. Okay. Like to tell you this morning we have the NRO activities report, the NRO number council report, and we have a set of policy discussions, and we have a transfer experience panel. Should be a very exciting morning. Policy discussions, ARIN 2014-22 and ARIN 2014-1. So I'm going to remind everyone, when you come to the microphone, identify yourself. Each time you're recognized, state your name and affiliation. Please be polite, comply with the courtesies in the program. Courtesies in the program mean we try to get to everyone first before you get up and speak a second time. Let the people who haven't spoken speak first. We talk about issues and points. We don't talk about motivations or attribute values to other people. At the head table, I have Vice Chair Paul Anderson. I have Chair of the ARIN AC, Dan Bloomberg, and for Java, I have Leaf at the end. Very nice. Wow, that's a remarkable, that's 2 days now. I've been getting them all right. So I want to start right in. The first presentation is going to be the NRO activities report with Axel Pollock.
Good morning, lovely people. I'm quite impressed at the RIPE meetings. We always have this unpopular slot on the Friday morning after the Thursday evening dinner. You're doing quite well. Thank you for coming. Right, the NRO update. You have probably heard a little bit about the Number Resource Organization. We want to be the flagship and global leader for collaborative Internet number resource management as a central element of an open, stable, and secure Internet. Good, eh? So, a bit of introduction what the NRO is, what we are doing. Fairly straightforward. We have set up among the RIRs an MOU in October 2003. It's a long time ago. The idea is to have a very lightweight non-organization that helps us coordinate the RIRs, stuff that we need to do together in a very organized fashion. So, we heard it yesterday at some point that there was a time when ICANN didn't work so well. We had to wait a long time for numbers. Those times have long since passed, but still at the time we thought we might want to be prepared if we need to do something there. We never needed to do something really, which is good. So, mission of the NRO, provide, promote a coordinated internet number registry system. Obvious. Promote the multi-stakeholder model and bottom-up policy development process and internet governance. Also straightforward. Coordinate and support joint activities of the RIRs, like I said. Act as a focal point for input into the overall RIR system. And the idea there was global policy at some point. And to fulfill, of course, the role of the ICANN address supporting organization. So, RIR coordination, global collaboration, monitor and contribute to global internet governance discussions. Those are the main focal points, and of course we heard yesterday during a whole long session about IANA stewardship transition. That stuff of course is in there as well. So we have a couple of people, the NRO EC, the executive committee. It's 2015, that means I must be the chair. Oscar Lachnik is new in there as a CEO and he's secretary this year. John is treasurer and sitting on the pot of money. Paul is on holidays in a way, and Alan is on the doorstep coming in next week, I think, for Afrinic. We have a secretary that is currently hosted by Lachnik. We also have an executive secretary, that's Herman, and he was over there yesterday. I don't know where he is today. So he's very busy in keeping us all organized and pointed at the same direction. It's very good. We have a couple of coordination groups among our ARIA staff there. The CCG is the Communications Coordination Group. The, help me, PA? I always forget that. Public, yeah, PAC-G, what is it?
Public
Affairs. Thank you.
Public Affairs Coordination.
Thank you. We have the engineers, we have the registration services group, and we have a IPv6 coordination group there as well. So everybody is very busy and meets occasionally face-to-face meetings, but of course a lot of work is done on mailing lists as well. I said the NRO is a very lightweight organization. We don't want to build up lots of overhead there. Still, we have a couple of expenses. Of course, there's travel that we jointly fund through the NRO for ASO/AC travel, executive secretary travel there. For communications, booths at conferences where we do them, the contribution for the IGF, the ICANN contribution still at the same level since, I know, 99, actually. And now some staff cost there, basically for Haman, that is. The budget we basically share on a formula, not actually a formula anymore. Basically, we look at the registration services revenue at the various areas and then share the cost accordingly. Operational information we have on the NRO website. Of course, you're welcome to have a look at it. Basically, number status report, policy overviews. Also now for IANA stewardship transition, lots of information from the CRISP team there as well. We have been very busy over the last 2 years or so in setting up this governance matrix, basically showing in comparison between the areas how we are set up organizationally, how we govern our organizations, how you govern our organizations. And it's getting more and more refined. We're still busy working on it. It's quite an interesting big document by now. And of course, some Q&A on ARIA accountability as well. We always talk about ICANN accountability, but hello, we want to be accountable too. We think we are. So in a stewardship transition is, of course, very high on the agenda, and you've heard about all this yesterday, and we keep doing this. We have also participation in the CCWG, which is basically looking at ICANN accountability, and I think you heard about that yesterday as well. We have done quite some time ago an external review of the ASO, and had a couple of recommendations from that, and have been looking at them and implementing them where we found that we were lacking or could do better. Of course, that's something that I think all of the RIRs are doing. We do that jointly as well. Where we can do things better, where we hear about it, we do that. We are very open to that and want to improve. The Internet Governance Forum has been sort of the mainstay of internet governance activities of the RIRs and of the NRO. Over the last couple of months, last half year or so, it has been overtaken a little bit in focus with the IANA adventure there. But the IGF still remains our main focus on internet governance. We will go to Brazil again, to the 10th one later this year, and we have a couple of workshop proposals there as well. Of course, we also find this thing so important that it continues, that we also fund it in part. And that's basically the update from the NRO. If you have any questions, you're very welcome to put them towards us. If not, good morning. Thank you.
Next up, Louis Lee to give the NRO Number Council report.
Thank you very much. So you see the title, it says ASO AC report. Well, the NRO Number Council is tasked to fulfill the role of the ASO Address Council. So lately, all we've been doing is fulfilling that role, and we'll go into what that role is. We are a number resource policy advisory body, and we are made up of 15 members, 3 from each region, 2 elected at large, and 1 appointed by the RIR board. Details you can see up on the slide. We'll get on to the meat of it. The members, as you can see, we have a couple changes coming up. Actually, one coming up, Alan Barrett, as you just saw in the previous presentation, has vacated his seat, and the Afternic board will be appointing a replacement for him. Ajay Kumar is new since our last meeting. And I will introduce Jason Schiller, who's right over there, and Ron Da Silva, right over there. And they are your ARIN region members. So lately, our meetings, we have scheduled meetings once every month, first Wednesday. And we could have emergency meetings in order to address any important issues. Since our last ARIN meeting, we've held 6 teleconferences to cover our issues. Our global policy management activity, well, global policy, what is a global policy? They're defined within the scope of the agreement. The global policy is a policy that's agreed across all 5 regions, and it has the component where it requires the RIRs to interact with an outside body. Usually, it's IANA. So an example of a global policy would have been one where IANA will issue a /8 to all the regions once it gets down to the last 5 /8s that it has in its free pool. How a global policy happens. So the communities would offer a global policy, do a proposal, gets discussed around all 5 regions using their own RIR PDP, policy development process. And when there's agreement, it gets passed up to the NRO, the ASO Address Council. We review that, not for necessarily the merits, but to make sure that the policy has passed through each region's processes accordingly, and it has also considered all the relevant input, all the substantial input. Once it's met those criteria, then we pass it up to the ICANN board for ratification. If there's no major issue that they need us to consider, they will ratify that and put it into practice, usually for IANA to act on. If there is an issue that they'd like us to consider, they would send that global policy proposal back to us to either consider on our own, give feedback to the ICANN board, or more usually, we would ask the community for their answer of the ICANN board's request. We have a policy proposal facilitators team that's formed every year to keep an eye on all the policy proposals that's going on globally, to make sure that if there's one that pops up, that we track it, we can provide input on how it could maybe be a better global policy. We can help the shepherds of each region's advisory body to work with get this policy worked through. And there is currently no global policy proposal. The other thing we do is that we appoint 2 ICANN board members to the board. This year, seat 9 is coming up. It is currently held by Ray Polzak. We have a qualification review committee and an interview committee that is do the administrative tasks of doing the appointment, but the whole AC would be the ones getting feedback and making the decisions. This year, we have 6 confirmed candidates, 3 from 3 regions, 1 from Afrinic, 3 from ARIN, and 2 from the Latinic region. And if you want to see the list of candidates, go ahead and go online to check out the biographies. We have a timeline for this, and we are actually still in the interview phase in mid-April, running a few weeks behind. But this week, every morning, 7 a.m., we have a teleconference to do the phone interviews. And then shortly thereafter, the whole AC will meet and discuss what we feel about the candidates. Then we'll have a vote and then offer the name up to the ICANN board, to the ICANN staff to do their due diligence before the name is announced. Since our last meeting, the Address Council participated in 2 ICANN meetings. We held some sessions for the public to let them know what the CRISP team's been doing with INS stewardship transition. We gave an update about the ICANN board election. We also met with other organizations that are in the ICANN community, along with the ICANN board. And if there's bits of details of what we've been working on, you can go to our website, and that's aso.icann.org. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Any questions for Louis? Any questions for Louis's hat? Okay, thank you, Louis.
All right, thank you.
Okay, next up, we are going to go into our draft policy block, and we are right on schedule. Very good. The first policy we're going to discuss is recommended draft policy 2014-22, removal of the minimum in section 410. Policy text is up here. I'm going to have Heather Schiller come up. Actually, I'm going to have Heather Schiller come up and do the presentation.
John, there's actually an intro for that.
Is there an intro? Okay. Heather, have a seat. You can look at my fractals while. I'm like, it's a recommended draft policy. You really need to know what it's been through. Very good. In theory, I could have just done it off the discussion guide. It's not that different. Okay. ARIN 2014-22, removal of the minimum in section 4.10. Originated in October 2014. Heather Schiller and Rob Seastrom is the AC Shepherds. Was presented at the NANOG 63 Public Policy Consultation. It was advanced to recommended draft policy in the March meeting of the AC. It's online in your discussion guide. The proposal will modify existing policy, the NRPM 4.10 dedicated IPv4 block to facilitate IPv6 deployment. The current policy sets the minimum allocation as /28 to a maximum of /24. This proposal changes the allocation size to simply be /24 with no maximum and no minimum. We've issued 1 so far out of this pool, 124. We can implement it very easily. There's no legal impacts. Minimal resources involved, standard implementation window, 3 months from ratification. We'd update our staff and guidelines and training. And now I'll turn it over to Heather. There we go. Much better. And your presentation should come back in a moment. And it'll be the right click to move right. Give it a minute. Here it comes. There we go. Fading it.
Okay. It's a really straightforward policy. Oh, it doesn't all fit on one slide. So RIPE did some analysis to identify exactly how reachable blocks smaller than /24 were, and it's pretty bad. So that's one of the main reasons for changing from a /28 minimum to a /24 minimum, basically to ensure that the folks getting this space will be able to use it globally on the internet. And, okay, maybe not. Okay, well, it doesn't have the full text, but you'll be able to see that online or in your policy guide. It's really straightforward. Any questions?
Discussion.
There really haven't been objections to it at the NANOG PPC. I think a lot of operators supported it. There really haven't been any objections.
So just as a reminder, this is a recommended draft policy, so might be the last opportunity to discuss. First speaker, please.
Alain Jean, I can speaking on behalf of myself only. I was the one who introduced back in 2008 the notion for this policy. And the reason back then was to make sure that we'll have addresses for a really, really long time to enable the deployment of IPv6 for new entrants. The reason it is important for IPv6 new entrants, not talking about people who want to do v4, just people who really want to do v6, is for reasons that I explain in RFC 3901, also known as BCP 91. I'm going to read it, just an excerpt of it. So, those are the DNS IPv6 transport recommendations guidelines. It says every recursive name server should be either IPv4 only or dual stack. Every DNS zone should be served by at least one IPv4 reachable authoritative name server. And the reason for that is to maintain the continuity of the namespace, so that if you are in IPv4 only or in IPv6 only, you can see the exact same namespace. So you need to put some glue into this, and that glue, for lack of a better word, sorry if I overlap with DNS terminology, is to essentially mandate that you need to have this little bit of v4 space. So this is really, really important in the future for any new organization that even wants to be IPv6 only, to have a little tiny bit of address space. The concern I have with this policy proposal changes that if you go to /24 allocation and you start from a /10, you have 16,000 allocation possible. At /28, you have 260,000. It's a very, very different number. And so I have concern that we may not have enough addresses to last for the 10, 15 years where IPv4 may still remain relevant, or maybe longer depending on whose projection you believe. So that's really my concern. I do not support this proposal as written. I will be more intend to support it if there was something like a timeline associated with it, saying we will do that maybe for the next 18 months. And during that 18 months, we will engage in a conversation with the service providers to make sure that the specific block that has been reserved for this policy, this /10, is clearly identified and filters are updated on this particular block to accept those /28s. This conversation was deemed really essential when we discussed this policy back in 2008, and apparently has not really happened so far. And I suggest now is the time to do it.
Thank you. So not supportive. Any questions? Or? Nope. Thank you very much for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Aaron Hughes, Aaron Board, Six Connect CEO. One point I brought up yesterday, probably kind of a minor way during Kathy's IETF summary, was the need for managing uniqueness for 32-bit identifiers for protocols in a v6-only network, such as OSPF or BGP. And part of the reason for the initial size allocation of /28 was the desire to have v4 uniqueness to enable equipment to function with v6 only, not to create the routability of v4 or reachability of that v4 space. Because today, you cannot turn up a network with v4 only. It's worth considering defining what facilitate IPv6 deployment means And I find it interesting that we continue to talk about reachability of that V4 space rather than enabling V6 deployment.
So not supportive as written?
I could go either way. I just think it's a valid point, and we should consider it as operators rather than think about how this is reachable and changing bit boundaries everywhere on every border. And I think we got stuck in the mud with reachability versus V6 deployment.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, and it's always helpful, obviously, if you can preface after your name and organization if you are in support or not, because it just helps the understand the comments. So next speaker.
Owen DeLong, Akamai, ARIN AC, speaking strictly as myself, because nobody else wants my opinions, or at least doesn't want to own them. I do not support it as written. And for those who don't really remember the history of this policy, I'm the original author, so you can blame me for the current state of it. Whether it becomes routable or not, as Aaron pointed out and as Alon pointed out, there are reasons that we need this and we need it to last long. We originally proposed this as a /8 with 24 boundary as the limit on the lower end so that it would be routable. And everybody screamed that a /8 was too much, blah, blah, blah. And we don't really need everybody to get a /24 for their last little bit of V6 or V4 to facilitate V6, so let's make that smaller. And we did. And we went to /28 on the allocation size, and we went down to /10 on the pool size because we were able to make the numbers work that way, and it looked like it would last long enough. Moving back to /24 without going up from /10 is going to cause problems in the future that we're trying to avoid by putting this policy in place. So I think we should look at the history and consider this very carefully and not just say that the current state of routing is what we have to live with forever and base our decisions solely on that, because as others have pointed out, this doesn't all have to be routable, and the current place where the filters happen to be does not mean that's where they will always be, or even that they have to stay there for this particular block versus other blocks.
Any questions? So my queue is rapidly depleting of speakers, so if you wish to speak, I'd ask that you approach a mic or start typing very quickly, otherwise we will be closing the mic shortly. We'll go to the...
David Farmer, University of Minnesota, ARIN AC. I do not support the policy currently. It may be appropriate in the future. However, at this point, I think it's premature. Everything Owen just said is true. I would say we haven't done one thing, although this is part of the one thing I think we need to do. And that is we need to begin outreach on what the purpose is and the fact that we have this block and its intent, and our original intent was to be able to allocate /28s, and if you wanted to be able to route those, you need to change your filters. We haven't really done that outreach. We haven't really done much. What the right data is a representation that we haven't done that outreach, not that we've failed our intent. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. So if you wish to speak, you need to approach a microphone before Kevin has finished speaking, because at that point the microphones will be closed. So we'll go to Kevin Bloomberg.
Kevin Bloomberg, The Wire, ARIN AC, and author of this proposal. I'm ambivalent. Whether I would love to see everybody in this room get what they want in terms of changes to this policy to make it viable. But this policy really isn't for anybody who's in this room. You already have your V4 space. You already have your V6 space, hopefully. This is about new entrants, which has been mentioned many times. And so we're kind of shackling a new entrant to not really being able to do anything. This policy originally came out in 2008. We've had 7 years to get the operator community on board. The operator community is not bound by us. The routing table is not in our purview. And that creates an interesting problem where we are forcing operational practices on a community without having that outreach, without having really any leg to stand on. And the only people that really are affected by this are the new entrants that we've got this policy set aside for, who find that they can't use this space. So just something to consider. I would be happy to do outreach and see if anything happened with it, but my question for this room is, if you had 97% reachability on a /28 in 5 years, would that be good enough to run your internal DNS critical infrastructure portions? Thank you.
Thank you. So we will now close the microphones and leave the last comment to Leif with whatever remote comments you have.
This is a jabber comment from Christopher Blecker, Walt Disney Company. Not in support as written. I don't think we should make number policy based on today's routing situation. If people start being issued 28 blocks and have no other choice, eventually network operators will relax their route filters.
Thank you very much for that. If there's no last comments from you. So with that, thank Heather for her presentation, and we'll move on to the questions. So I will ask to engage our record keepers. Thank you, Heather. So just as always as a reminder, we will be, this is a recommended draft policy, so I will be asking for those in the room, first a show of hands of those who support the policy as proposed and those who are against. So I'd ask first that the remote poll be opened, and then again, it's a good little stretch break after last night's social. I'd ask on the matter of 2014-22, removal of minimum in section removal of minimum in section 4.10. Those who are in favor as the proposal written, please raise your hand and keep it up until our counters have no hanging chads, please, or anything. Thank you. You may lower them. I now ask those who are opposed to the policy as proposed, please raise your hand nice and high. Yes. Thank you. You may now lower your hand, and I will speak slowly so that the remote participants can get in, since there's a bit of a lag on the video, so please stand by as we wait. The envelope, please. Will just be a moment. I could sing as others have, but then we'd clear the room for the next proposal, and that wouldn't be a good thing, so. Thank you, sir. On the matter of 2014-22, removal of minimum in section 4.10, number in the room and online, 111. In favor, 14. Against, 14. Am I reading that handwriting correct, or is that a 9? So yes, in favor 14, against 14. This input will be provided to the Advisory Council for their consideration.
John. Wow. Okay, moving right along. Next policy is recommended draft policy, ARIN 2014-1, out of region use. And I'll do the introduction, and then I'll have Milton give the presentation. Okay, so this started in December 2013. The Shepherds, Milton and Tina Morris. It's been presented at NANOG 60, ARIN 33, the public policy consultation at NANOG 61 and 2, ARIN 34, presented at the public policy consultation at NANOG 63. It was advanced by the AC to recommended draft policy in December 2014. It had an updated legal assessment. Actually, it was reposted just this week and again this morning in March 2015. The text is in your guide, along with the updated legal assessment. The policy would allow out-of-region use of ARIN-issued resources so long as the requesting organization is presently an ARIN Registry customer and using the equivalent of a /22 IPv4 or a /44 IPv6 block or an ASN or on infrastructure physically within the ARIN region. So if you are presently an ARIN customer with one of those assignments, a V4, V6, or an ASN, used in new infrastructure within this region, then you can request resources for use which are entirely outside of this region. We've never considered your demand for resources outside the ARIN region as a justification for new number resources. We would now consider it under this policy. An officer attestation would be required to verify the resource request is not a duplicate of one made to another RIR. Obviously, if you just requested from another RIR for addresses to number some infrastructure, and then you come to us and ask for addresses to number the same infrastructure, that wouldn't exactly be good. So we have to tell you that you're only asking from us. Currently, ARIN policy requires organizations to show justified need for resources to be used specifically within the ARIN region in order to receive number resources from ARIN. If the draft policy were adopted, you could now request resources for use on for your infrastructure and customer demand in other regions. When processing resource requests in another region, ARIN staff would include any address space registered in another RIR and currently used or available to be used in evaluation. So if you had address blocks registered to you in another region, we would say you already have address space. So you have to actually have need that was unsatisfied. It adds a new requirement that we review utilization outside the ARIN region, which has implications for staffing. It could be complicated in some circumstances. It would be put in the NRPM as 2.17 out-of-region use. Legal assessment, 3 slides. I'm going to go through these briefly, but you have the full thing. This is a complicated issue when it comes to legal aspects because ARIN has 15 years of experience operating in the region, and this would exacerbate uses that are out of region. So the first one is that we do have a, Milton, you okay? Yeah. Okay. So, what? He's going to cover the slides. Yes, understood. We do have a agreement to be part of the ASO. The ASO agreement includes a reference to a policy called ICP2. ICP2 is the policy for establishment of new RIRs, and it sets out some agreed principles for RIRs, including that they should each serve a single region. There's some question as to how we would reconcile this policy with the intent behind ICP2 to have RIRs serve a single region. And that's been discussed on the PPML mailing list a bit, and I'm sure we'll be discussing it later. If the policy is adopted, we could arguably become jurisdiction to governments outside of our service region, their laws and similar. Even though we'll be contracting with a party in our region, the fact is that we're providing resources which be used equipment outside the region, and we have had cases in the past where people get confused about whether or not we're subject to their jurisdiction as a result. There are some countries that if you ask for resources entirely outside the region, even though your entity is here in the US, when you ask for them and you tell us it's for use in a certain country, we may not be able to fulfill that. And so we just note that even if the intent is that we could, there's export controls and embargoes, for example, where we probably couldn't knowingly issue you resources if the justification was on a country on a certain list. And so you need to keep that in mind. Finally, this obviously would attract attention of some governments. Governments would wonder if we're supposed to be serving the community in this region, why are we issuing addresses for entities in this region who are going to use the number of resources entirely out of the region? One could argue that we're still serving the entities in this region. One could argue that we're not. We're serving their subsidiaries and related partners somewhere else. It may not match the expectation of some of the political entities. And then there is a fraud issue here. We currently have more difficulty processing requests that involve customers and resources that are being used to some extent out of region, and that does happen. People justify things based on equipment in this region and cite customers that are in another region. It gets very complicated. Very hard to validate. We've worked with other RIRs on occasion, but our ability to validate a request coming in under this policy obviously is not the same as our ability to validate a request that comes in for resources for use in the region. So that's the legal assessment. It's a significant policy to implement. Now, there's a little bit of interest here. This policy allows us to issue number resources from the free pool. The free pool's rather low. This policy may take 5 or 6 months to implement because of the complication involved. I could argue it may not be possible to get this policy done in time to actually have resources issued from the free pool per the policy. I just cannot tell. Additional time to review resource requests for out-of-region use would now be included in the analysis, and engineering efforts to handle it could be substantial. We need to assess based on when we see the policy and we figure out the degree of automation that's possible. Okay, I will now turn it over to Milton, and he will do the AC introduction. Right there, right click.
Hello, everybody. So I'm going to spend most of my time here repeating what John just said. This is a summary of the policy. It basically is designed to allow out-of-region use. The policy is designed to make sure that there is some nexus, some kind of connection to the ARIN region, and you see the requirements there. They're presently an ARIN Registry customer, so they can't be complete strangers, and they have to be currently using the equivalent of a /22v4 or /44v6 or an ASN on an infrastructure physically located within the ARIN region. And again, in order to, as John said, in order to avoid duplication, we are having an officer at a station. Here's the problem statement. There is an ambiguity in policy. It neither clearly forbids nor clearly permits out-of-region use. This whole policy got started with an earlier proposal was an attempt to eliminate or ban out-of-region use and to tie the use of the resources more directly to the service region. And that turned out to be completely unacceptable to the community as a whole. And so the next step was to say, well, then let's legalize it and try to define how it would work. So that's what this proposal does. That's the problem statement that we're trying to solve, is to clarify this and make it unambiguous regarding what is the status of out-of-region use. Note the bold face there. Staff has been counting utilization as in region only when the least specific prefix is routed from within the region. John spent quite a bit of time on this, but I'll go over it again just because it's so much fun. We did get a statement from the council that the requirement for this in-region nexus improved the proposal. There were concerns about the policy's consistency with ICP2. Council's concern that the absence of any real need for in-ARIN region will result in additional fraudulent requests. And then there's these larger questions basically about the nature of regional and territorial exclusivity within the RIR system. But as we recall from our discussions, there are no actual legal reasons to prevent the implementation of this policy if the community wants it. Here's a bit about ICP2. It's titled Criteria for the Creation of New RIRs. It's not itself number resource policy, but has an important role in defining aspects of the RIR system. It tells you when you're creating a new RIR that its service region should not overlap with existing ones. But it doesn't discuss directly the relationship between the use of resources and the RIR service regions. So this debate is one that we should have here today about this relationship between the proposed policy and regionality, if you will. IPv4 scarcity is a big factor in assessing this policy, and as John noted, it may become a moot issue, but there is a sense that because ARIN has a free pool that has lasted beyond APNIC in particular, and perhaps some other RIRs, that there would be attempts to grab some of those resources by utilizing this policy, and in fact, it's already going on without this policy. So there's some fear from the council that this would exacerbate that issue. So let's open it up for discussion.
Let's open it for discussion.
He's going to take a seat. He's going to take a seat.
You gonna take a seat?
Yes. All right. We will open the microphones for any discussion that people may want to. First gentleman.
Mike Joseph, Google. I think it's very important to recognize that the idea of servicing is distinct from the idea of routing. When the RIRs were formed near to you in your time zone and serve you in your language, we can see this in the way the Caribbean is split up, in fact, between LACNIC and ARIN. There was never a concept that RIRs would have some sort of private entitlement to addresses that would be split between them. In fact, when any RIR ran out prior to IANA exhaustion, it simply got more from the IANA free pool. So this idea that we would somehow have a dedicated resource pool specifically to protect North American interests just isn't consistent with the idea of the RIR servicing. An entity based in the ARIN service region should be able to be serviced by ARIN in their language, in their time zone, and in their currency. There's never been, prior to a couple of years ago when ARIN changed its interpretation of Section 2.2, there has never been a problem with any entity receiving resources from ARIN and using them globally. Even today, provided you have an aggregate that covers, that is announced, at least in part within North America, you can be serviced by ARIN. Yet, miraculously, we don't seem to have a problem with ARIN running into legal troubles in many other countries, despite the fact that they've been doing this for, well, since they were founded. We don't seem to have a problem with RIR shopping any more than we do now. And quite frankly, the idea that we would somehow require entities based in the ARIN service region to set up legal offices in every region they want to operate to require resources there is a little bit absurd. So I understand that staff and particularly legal assessment has raised a number of risks, but quite frankly, I think some of those risks are a bit of a red herring. At the end of the day, you know, you have to get your addresses from somewhere, and we're not really talking about the free pool at this point. We're talking about being able to be serviced from your home RIR.
Okay, so in support or?
Yes, I am in support of this policy.
Thank you very much. Question from staff?
When you discussed the regions, you talked about the purpose of the regions being for the ability to service someone in their language and in their time zone. And that's a big part of the regional internet registry system. Presently, the scope of policy also applies to a region. So ARIN's policies apply to resources in the ARIN registry, which are resources within the ARIN region. I guess the question is, to the extent that resources in another region are in the ARIN registry, okay? So resources
used in another, you mean resources announced?
Issued for use and wholly used in another region.
Issued by ARIN.
Issued by ARIN per this policy, if adopted. Would be address blocks issued by ARIN, but wholly used in another region, okay? My question is that some of the regions might wonder why their policy doesn't apply. Do you see that as a problem?
Has it been a problem for any of the resources currently in ARIN's database used outside of ARIN's region?
whether or not that exists, I don't know, but my question is,
I think
if
we
we
know
are
it exists.
if we are consciously doing it, do you see that that might be a problem?
It doesn't seem likely to be a problem,
And-
particularly because no one has resources in the free pool at this point.
Okay, and now I'm going to ask the converse. If that happens in the ARIN region, okay, so entities, RIRs have resource blocks in the ARIN region. For example, an RIR were to say that they're transferring an address block from a ARIN region entity to another RIR region entity who happens to have a subsidiary in the U.S. That is very similar to what we're talking about. It's them providing registry services to a block wholly within the ARIN region because it's a subsidiary of an entity that's in their region. Once that happens, that transfer would no longer be subject to ARIN's policies. That's okay, though, because it's not about policy continuity. It's about servicing people in the language through the organization they're working with, correct?
Absolutely, that transfer could go to an entity that's not using it in the ARIN service region. The ship on keeping our address space in our region sailed quite some time ago, and particularly with Section 8.4.
Not talking about keeping address space. I'm literally referring to the fact that
Okay, controlling address space.
this means someone could transfer address space to another region in the ARIN region
Someone can
if they had a
transfer.
subsidiary in another RIR.
Why is that more offensive than transferring address space to another region for use in that region?
I'm not saying it's offensive or not. I'm just saying I'm not sure our transfer policy is applicable in that case.
I'm not sure it wouldn't be. I mean, if you have a multinational in some other region that wants to receive address space, that they might later use it in North America, that they might immediately use it in North America, or that they may never use it in North America is really orthogonal to the intent of the transfer policy. And with respect to this policy, we already have no mechanism by which to prevent another RIR's address space from being used in North America. I can speak to a major U.S. carrier, a major carrier active in the U.S. that's using AppNext space. We've seen carriers use RIPE space in the U.S., and this has been happening for a decade. So there's no current mechanism, nor is there any really desire in the internet community to require address space to only be used in the region from which it is assigned or allocated. So I don't know why we would seek to institute such a requirement now, and in fact, it's only in the last couple of years with ARIN's reinterpretation of Section 2.2 that it's gotten even more difficult in this particular region to use address space globally.
I just want to clarify. To be
Very
clear,
quickly.
my question is adopting this policy would reflect that it is not necessarily the case that address resources should be in the registry for that region and may have implications to a lot of other policies if applied by other RIRs. And so my question is, you don't see any concerns with that, and if that's the case, those shouldn't hinder this policy.
It's already the case, and I don't see any concerns with that.
That's what I
status
want to
quo.
hear.
Mike, don't run away, and I appreciate you've been up here a bit. I think Milton had a quick follow-up or question.
Question from Jabber.
No, sorry, Milton.
Oh, Milton, sorry.
Milton.
John, in the discussions on the list, we have established that neither you nor the council has any objection to some of the resources being used out of region for a multinational, right? And I think the big line of division here is you're saying that none of the need that would justify the request would be in region, as long as that we had this nexus, right? And so the implication is that...
I'm not sure what you're asking. Could you?
The implication that you're giving me is that, let's suppose that they needed a /16, and only, let's say, 10% of that was actually needed in region, and the other 90% was going to be used out of region. You would be okay with that, council would be okay with that, is that correct?
I'm okay with anything you guys adopt, couldn't care less. Right now, we don't count need if it's based on out-of-region use, okay? So if you would say, I'm going to use it, and 70% of my demand is from another region, we don't count that 70%.
Okay,
If you pass this policy, we'll count that 70%.
all right. That's
I don't-
what I
I
wanted to
don't-
clarify. That's all I'm doing.
This is a point of
Let's
order
go
of
to
some
Yeah,
Jab.
clarification on that.
Very quickly.
If the use out of the service region is part of a global network, and the addresses are used in part in the service region, in part out of the service region, the use out of the service region in that global network today is counted.
Is counted, yep, sorry, that is correct. If the request is spanning and it's from a global entity that's requesting from our region, we'll count their use globally. When they come back and say, I have an address block entirely within another region, we don't allow the request unless there's some use in the ARIN region.
Thank you, by the way, Jason, for that clarification. Milton, did that address your question? Thank you. We'll go to Leif next for a remote participant.
Christoph Blecker, Walt Disney Company. While this policy may not be implemented before the IPv4 free pool is exhausted, would this policy apply equally to other number resources like IPv6 and ASNs?
Yes. The answer to that is clear. It's yes, right?
Thank you. Next speaker.
Lee Howard. So I don't bury the lead. I oppose the draft as written. This feels like an end run around Section 8.4 into RIR transfers, which I think, I can't tell whether that's intentional ramification. I think we need to address that in the text more clearly, what the implications are specifically for transfers, because as John pointed out, it will probably only be able to apply to transfers. And I'd like to see it rewritten with that emphasis in mind.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Owen DeLong, Akamai ARIN AC, speaking strictly for myself. I do oppose the draft as written. However, I do not oppose the intended concept. Contrary to the statement just made by Mr. Curran, I have had a number of clients for whom I have sought address space for use in and out of region combined, who have been told that they can get the address space for the sites they have in region, but that they cannot get address space for the sites that are not in the region from ARIN. Further, they have been told that their existing out-of-region usage does not count as valid utilization of their ARIN-issued address space. So it would be nice if that problem could be solved without needing some sort of written policy to get ARIN to do what has been said, but that has not been the case in recent history.
Let's like to ask staff to respond. Stay up there.
When you come back for an additional allocation, that may be the case. The circumstances, whether or not, when you make the application, what you say you're doing with the address block and how you're routing it. We're happy, again, to have this situation clarified by the community, but you've got to provide clear policy on what you want us to do. Okay? Right now, it is not clear in the policy because we are an RIR that's supposed to serve this region. We actually asked whether you're going to use it in region. If you put in your application, you're not, you're going to break it up, then no, you will not, the stuff that you're not going to route in this region, we will not consider. And that's been documented in a policy experience report several times.
Any comment, Owen? Or?
Yes, we weren't asked whether we were going to route it in region or not. We were asked where we were going to put the addresses on machines. And what we said we were going to put on machines in locations, not in the region, irrespective of where we were going to route them, which was never asked of us, caused ARIN to tell us, pound sand.
Owen,
Owen, hang there for a second, and Milton had a
you
question.
said you oppose the policy, but you just gave us several arguments in favor of out-of-region use. Can you tell us why you oppose this policy as drafted?
Because I believe the language as drafted opens up a number of rat holes and areas, and that this particular cure is actually worse than the disease.
Any
How is it worse?
Well, Owen, just you don't get away that easily.
Okay.
Keep going. Go ahead, Milton.
I'm trying not to monopolize the mic.
We got time. Milton, you had a question?
How is it worse than the disease? I don't understand how this, I just want to get
I think reading council's objections, several of the objections are valid. I don't think all of them are necessarily correct, but I think that this does create too much potential for abuse of the address space by entities that don't really have strong ties to the region and are simply trying to circumvent policy. I believe that the policy proposal as currently written allows for too many loopholes and too much potential for abuse.
Okay. Thank you very much, Owen. Leif, do we have anything on the queue? Nope. Next speaker, please. Please approach a mic, by the way, if you'd like to speak, because the queue is depleting a bit here.
Andrew Dahl, ARIN AC, speaking for myself. I generally support this policy and the concepts therein. I am heeding to the issues that were raised by both staff and legal assessment. And I would like to propose a specific change to the policy to potentially alleviate some of the concern. And the change that I'd like to suggest is that we require a small percentage, perhaps 10%, of a additional allocation or assignment request be used in region. And if we could discuss that here, that would be helpful, I believe, to the AC. And I would also like to ask if staff or legal would change their opinion of the current draft if such a amendment was added to the policy.
Okay. So that's first, Milton, if I don't know if you wanted to comment on that, and then John, if you.
I would like to. I think this is, you're really dancing around a paradox here. Either the number space is a global resource, in which case the fact that you happen to be in a region, why shouldn't an RIR serve all of your numbering needs regardless of where they are? Or if you're going to tie the number space and fragment it by region and say you have to have 5 accounts in 5 RIRs if you're going to be in all of these regions. I mean, be consistent about that. And even go all the way and let's go to NIRs and have it all tied to jurisdiction so that the law enforcement people will be happy. I think we really have to think seriously about one or the other, and these kinds of thresholds, like the 10%, I mean, it seems very arbitrary to me. I don't see why, if you're using 90% of the request outside the region, why does that not pose the same problems that council is concerned about than if it's in region? We already have some kind of a nexus requirement, so how does that threshold make everything?
I agree with most of your arguments, Milton. I am attempting to provide a solution around the objections that have been raised by the legal assessment and the staff assessment of the policy to see if we can alleviate some of those issues. I don't necessarily.
Political compromise.
Yeah.
So Andrew, you're supportive of the policy, but you're just suggesting something you think may make it palatable to who are opposed?
I'm
would
in
you not
support of the policy and suggesting an enhancement that would perhaps alleviate some of the concerns that have been raised so far.
Okay. Just 1 second, quick staff response.
Yeah, Andrew, the earlier drafts of this policy had exactly that. And the staff and legal was much shorter than in this one.
So Jason has popped.
I take your comment that adding such a requirement would alleviate some or most of the issues raised by staff and legal with the implementation of this policy?
Yeah, it depends on the language, obviously, but I guess I'll say many of the paragraphs in the staff and legal assessment of this policy come in the current version, which makes clear that the resource usage could be exclusively and entirely out of the region. So when that appeared, many more staff and legal comments appeared.
Okay. Microphones are going to have to close shortly. Thank you, Andrew. Jason, do you have a quick interjection regarding a point?
I just want to make sure I understand Andrew's suggestion of the change, and that is for each aggregate that is asked from ARIN, some percentage of that be used in the ARIN service region. So for example, if you're an existing ARIN member using a /10 of address space in ARIN, and you need a 22 for your European expansion that you want to use exclusively in Europe, you could not do that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Scott Librand, Twitter. I believe that the ARIN staff's insistence on dealing with individual blocks as if they are somehow a distinct entity that must be used partially in region if you're going to use some of it out of region is ignoring the way that addresses and address holdings actually should be considered, which is as a whole, in aggregate, based on the holdings of a company. So if a company, like Jason just mentioned, has a large quantity of address space, is primarily headquartered in the region, is a multinational, but has expansion desires overseas, and they wish to acquire addresses from ARIN, presumably via transfer by the time this gets adopted, we are attempting to create, in my opinion, stupid hoops to jump through with regard to usage of some of that addresses in region for no good technical reason. The desire to maybe not allow an organization to me. I would support a number of modifications that have been raised to make it more palatable, but I think we really need to consider whether this, whether what we are doing is simply ticking boxes and making bureaucratic hoops to jump through that make no sense. I really don't understand why we can't just say, yes, you are getting address space, you are an organization, a region, you're dealing with ARIN because you're here and ARIN is here and that is the way business runs, and let people get the addresses they need via transfer and use them wherever they want without having to have relationships with every single RIR on the planet in order to be a global company. That makes no sense to me.
Thank you for your comment.
I have a question for Scott.
Short, quick, please. Give her time.
So Scott, that was what you just said was what the ARIN staff said in ARIN 31 in the policy experience report, and said, is there better policy that can avoid this problem? So in Barbados, we gave a policy experience report that said, this is an issue that people are coming to us with. How should it be solved? That led to an earlier proposal of this draft, but it wasn't a draft to say all address usage should be out of region. It was one to better define circumstances where someone could get an address by coming to ARIN.
Right, and if I remember the discussion there, the community basically said, quit putting so many restrictions on how exactly we can do this. And so the AC went back and they put together a policy that has fewer restrictions, and now ARIN staff is saying, no, 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 we need restrictions.
We're happy to implement this policy as is. There's no problem with it. There is a staff and legal assessment that says what will happen. That doesn't mean it can't be implemented. If this is what the community wants, then we'll implement it. But you asked a particular question. Your question was, you don't believe that the block usage requirement that ARIN presently implements is correct. And I'm saying we're not sure it's correct either, and that's why we brought it to the community.
My point, though, is that ARIN staff seems to be talking, or ARIN staff and legal as a whole, which I know you guys are not the same, are talking out of two different viewpoints, in that there's John saying you guys can do whatever you want, and then there's very strongly worded cautions against doing what we want. And I do not understand why ARIN staff and legal is so concerned with doing what we want. And maybe you're not, maybe it's a perception issue, but I don't get it.
So Scott, read the staff and legal. If the risks that occur there occur, okay, none of them say ARIN disappears. It says we spend more time processing requests. We will get asked by governments, what does ARIN community think it's doing? We will be approving requests that we probably can't validate, okay? None of them says ARIN will go out of business, ARIN will be litigated into it says this will cause all sorts of interesting problems that we have to deal with, including questions to the community, including issues to deal with. But if that's what you want, it's a normal course of business if that's what the community wants, okay?
I'm
Nothing in those strongly worded things say this is a risk that ARIN cannot as an organization undertake. The Board of Trustees is going to look and go, wow, they really want this, and here's some issues, but at the end of the day, it's got to decide whether the risk is reasonable.
Okay, thank you. I like that clarification. It certainly puts it in perspective. I would say that it's important for us to
very
consider.
sure that we're getting a little tight in time, so if you can keep it to a tweet length. You are from Twitter.
I have to practice at that.
Sorry, go ahead.
Is this policy proposal necessary for ARIN to do what the proposal intends for IPv6?
Who are you asking? Are you asking John?
John. I believe in previous, that's the challenge of putting tweet level. or tweet length things into question. I have heard in the past that we already do the right thing for V6. Is that true or not? We already do what this policy proposal intends in V6.
When you come to ARIN and you ask for a V6 block, you're generally saying a little bit of it's going to be used in the ARIN region. Once we give you the block, there's usually enough that you can use it absolutely everywhere and not have any trouble.
Okay.
But
Thank you.
that's present circumstance, okay? If you were going to come to ARIN, you're going to ask for a V6 block and say, but by the way, none of it is going to be used in the ARIN region. You might have a problem today. I don't know why you'd say that, but you would have a problem.
Okay, so I think we need to be very clear that this is really only matters for transfers, and I do support the proposal.
Thank you very much. So I just ask, we have a bunch of speakers in the line, a few up on stage and remote, so if you could please keep your comments succinct and new, that would be appreciated, as you can do. Next speaker, please.
Okay, thank you. Chris Tassett, Tassett Law, ARIN AC. I'm speaking strictly on my own personal behalf. So I've thought a lot about this issue, and it's troubled me a great deal about how to deal with the legitimate need versus some of the risks that have been identified. So the problem statement is to clear up ambiguity regarding out-of-region use of ARIN registered resources by clearly permitting out-of-region use while addressing some of the concerns expressed about unlimited openness to out-of-region use. So the first thing that troubled me was the fact that we're addressing some of the concerns. The other thing is, in looking at whether the proposal conforms to the principles of Internet Number Resource Policy, it seems to me that the policy is likely to benefit, in the way that it's intended to benefit, a relatively small number of global networks obtaining resources from ARIN. On the other hand, we've identified substantial legal, regulatory, and operational risks that could really dilute the operation of the RIR system, or at least making it very difficult, if not impossible, to determine what policies apply to registered resources both in and out of region. This could occur by making ARIN resources subject to the laws of out-of-region countries, by inviting greater in-region government scrutiny if there's disagreement with how we're doing things, and perhaps most importantly, by inadvertently facilitating fraudulent transactions and inviting our other RIRs to serve the world to a much greater extent than is the case. So we have to ask ourselves, why is this happening now? Because of IPv4 scarcity, especially in other regions. Now, it may be true that some fraudulent requests get through now, but do we want to adopt a policy that increases these risks substantially and accelerates IPv4 exhaust? When I look at all these factors, it seems to me that the proposal doesn't meet the requirements for proper Internet Number Resource Policy. This does not enable, in my view, fair and impartial number resource administration. The proposal would benefit a relatively small number of global networks, but would do so by increasing legal, regulatory, and operational risk for ARIN in a manner that disadvantages the community as a whole. There are simply too many potential unintended consequences. This is not good stewardship of numbering resources. I'm not saying we don't need a clearer policy to address the problem. We do. But the cost of this particular proposal to the community, it simply outweighs the benefits by too wide a margin, in my view. We need to go back to the drawing board and come up with a policy that clarifies the issue while ensuring that those requesting resources from ARIN have some sort of material connection to the region. We may need to work on what that materiality test is so that policy implementation can be predictable and understood by the community as a whole. But swinging the gates wide open now, as the current proposal would do, is not the answer due to the increased risk of unintended consequences. For those reasons, I vigorously oppose the proposal.
Thank you. We have a question for you and maybe two questions.
You twice said the proposal is going to benefit large global corporations. Is that correct?
The ones from in region that would be intended to serve.
I don't know who it will benefit, but I just want to point out, at the present stage of depletion and the way that allocation policy works, it's unlikely we will see a large global corporation come in to request, because there's not much space left,
Right.
to request a relatively small SIP of space based entirely upon the fact that they intend to use it in another region. I'm not saying it's not possible, but the number of such large organizations who might catch the window of this policy is probably a very, very small number.
Fair enough.
Compared to, for example, many small organizations who could take advantage of this and for whom the address size available is significant, monetizable, et cetera.
Okay. Quick question from Milton, I believe, or
Quick
comment?
indeed. Hopefully this can be a yes or a no. You say, you're talking about swinging the doors wide open and the need for some kind of connection to the region. Are you familiar with the policy's requirement for a nexus?
Not closely, no.
Okay, so there is one. You might take a look at it.
No, fair enough.
And if you do take a look at it, you might want to explain why you think that's inadequate, because I didn't hear any reason.
Oh, sorry, are you talking about this policy's
This
nexus
policy,
requirement? Oh,
yeah.
yeah, I am familiar with it. Because I think it just opens up the potential for fraud too much. I mean, it makes it extremely hard operationally to avoid situation in which fraudulent requests will
Okay,
be
one other
increased.
question is so that if, again, we have this network that's requesting resources and 90% of them are going to be used in region and 10% out of region, you're okay with that, but you don't think any of the same problems are raised?
Look, I'm saying we need to shift the debate from materiality in a way that reduces the risk. This is a risk management issue for the organization, in my view. That's what it is. And what I'm trying to say is that we're way too far on the high-risk aspect of the continuum. As John pointed out, you know, previous iterations that defined the solution somewhat differently had a lower risk assessment associated with that.
I don't understand how 10% is a
I'm not
risk
arguing, I'm
and
just
15%
answering.
is not a risk.
Can I
I
just
don't
answer?
understand the percentage relationship to the risk. Can you explain that?
Well, as I said to you, it's not simply about the quantity, it's about what it opens the door to in the way that it's constructed. So I'm not going to try here and fashion a solution on the spot, because I don't think that's easily doable. I'm just saying that my bottom line message is we're way too far on the continuum of high risk for reward relative to the intent of the policy, which is legitimate. I have no issue with the intent and what we're trying to do. I just think that the way we're going about it in this iteration, if this goes forward, is too risky for the organization and could actually create a whole host of problems.
Milton, is that okay? Or
Go.
Thank you.
Let's go.
Thank you.
Okay,
So we're going to go next to a remote participant. Having said that, before we do, if the queue is kind of long and we're also getting to the end of time, so when he does his comment, that will be the close of the mic. So right now I see the gentleman behind, right there at the end. Wave your hand if you think you're last in line. So that'll be last unless someone can sneak in quickly. So Leif, if you can, you're next, Kevin. Remote participants.
This is a question directed at Andrew from John Lewis Highwinds. He's saying, what you said makes no sense. If you're requesting space for an out-of-region POP, how can you use 10% of it in region?
Why don't you get in line, and or if you can quickly respond to the front mic, that would be great.
I would say while what I proposed may not make sense in some situations, the idea was to add a rule such that we move the bar toward requiring an entity to have some additional need within the region to basically substantiate the continued nexus of the organization's use within the region. I have a proposed text adjustment if you'd like to talk about it at some point, but I'll leave
Well,
that
that
for
would be
the
done
chairs.
best done on the mailing list, I think, at this point, given time. Kevin Bloomberg has actually been next, and then we will clear a line, and the lines are now closed. Thank you.
So Kevin Bloomberg, The Wire, ARIN AC, speaking on my own. I don't support this policy. I support the concept at the highest level, but I really don't support where this policy has gone down. we use the word we. I've heard we probably mentioned 100 times. And we applies as the community when we're talking about our community. But really, when we're talking about the global RIR community, you should be changing the word to I. I want this, I want that. I know there's other people in this community globally, but I. So I really want to just go back to that concept and ask, is this best suited as a global policy where we as a community go to the RIRs and say, we would like your permission, we would like to have a situation of a home-based RIR concept in the most simple form, and have the community agree, the global community, not the individual region that wants its piece of cake its way, but doesn't realize that the other regions are allergic to that piece of cake too. So that's my view on this.
Thank you for that comment. Okay, I know we have a list, though. If you can try and keep your comment as best you can under a minute, I would appreciate it. Next speaker.
David Huberman, Microsoft, and I've got a lot to say.
Thank you for your consideration.
Well, you know, we're here to work, and we take a lot of breaks, and we eat a lot of food, and we do a lot of drinking. Maybe we should do more working.
No, that's fine.
Because we spend money, and this is more effective than a mailing list, in my opinion. Lee, where'd you go? Oh, there he is, Lee Howard. Hi. So Lee, you got up to the microphone and you talked about a runaround around 8.4. And the problem I had with that opinion was 8.4 today only works for APNIC and is about to work for RIPE in August. I know companies, rhymes with like to loft. And companies operate on different continents, and some of those continents don't have reciprocal needs-based policy. And the machines still need to be numbered, and the network still needs to be built, and the network still needs to grow. And if there's space available, in the post-exhaustion world, all you're doing is buying IPv4 address space, okay? You're going to, as a reasonable consumer, you're going to buy it where you can get it cheapest. If that cheapest is at ARIN, and you need to use it in Argentina, you've got to be able to do that, okay? ARIN policy does not tell staff what to do right now. And that's a problem, because the staff have a different goal than we do as network operators. The staff have been inundated for years by fraud. And so many of John's comments on behalf of the board or on behalf of the staff or however it is you talk are so much from the viewpoint of fraud, because it's what you deal with every day, and it's one of the biggest risks to the organization. In a post-exhaustion world, we need to rethink how we're doing this. As a community, all of us need to rethink this. Current ARIN procedure is to say you cannot have a block from us, V4, V6, or AS number, unless you are routing the least specific or routing the AS number in the region. And you know why that procedure exists? Because 10, 12 years ago, it was important because people did this thing called RIR shopping. This was a very real thing. A company who, a person who wanted to anycast in Europe could not do so properly. They could not get the 24s they needed to do their anycast, which at the time was one machine, one IP address out of a 24, because RIPE rules did not allow it. So they come to ARIN, which has a specific policy that did allow it in that case, and they say, hey, you give us your space. And we say, no, you don't meet this procedure, which is trying to stop RIR shopping because that was seen as a bad thing. But V4, in the policy discussions, we have to assume V4 is not available from the RIRs. Milton very kindly asked for a discussion about regionality. He asked for it on the list, and he asked for it here. And we're getting bogged down on existing procedure, which is completely predicated on a V4 free pool. So I would like us to think about and discuss on the mailing list and at future meetings that we really have to rethink things in a V4 exhaustion world, okay? And that's all I have to say.
Well, but don't, I know I said a minute, but I didn't say about these guys. All right, John had a question, and Milton, I believe, too. John,
I
please.
agree with everything you just said. I want to ask, do you believe to solve that problem of the going forward post-depletion world, it's best solved by addressing an allocation policy via 2014-1?
So, as I said on the list the other day, I think the comfortable answer to that is put this in post-exhaustion at ARIN, because then you're primarily dealing with IPv6 addresses, IPv6 blocks, and we as a community should be happy to give anyone an IPv6 block who asks for them, no matter where they're at, and an AS number, which mathematically, I'm sorry, these are basically infinite now, for now anyway.
Famous last words, right?
No, I don't buy into that. Yeah. I know you don't mean it like that, but you hear that in V6 all the time, and it drives me nuts. Yeah, I think I'm fine with it in principle, to answer your question.
Don't run away quick. Milton, you didn't have a question? And no, it's actually my fault. Were you in favor or against? I apologize if you did state it, because I missed it.
I'm not speaking in favor or against this policy.
Just a general commentary.
It's general commentary. I have the utmost respect for the work that Steve Ryan has done tirelessly on behalf of this organization and this community. And when he espouses very strong words, it behooves us to listen. At the same time, many of the arguments that are being championed by Milton are also persuasive. And as an operator, many of these issues affect me directly. So, I'm not in favor or opposed. I'm not going to vote on this.
Okay, thank you. Next comment, please.
Mike Joseph, Google, again. So, like David, I have a lot of respect for ARIN Council. We've worked with them for years, and they produced a very thorough legal assessment of this, as they do for most other policies. But at the end of the day, as John pointed out, it's imperative that we as a community understand that the legal assessment is typically going to be a more cautious one. It's designed to outline potential risks and possible corner cases that could result to the ARIN organization. But like any organization, legal advice is just that. It's advice. And ultimately, we need to adopt what's necessary for our organization and for the community, as expressed through the board and through the AC. And so while I appreciate the input from council on this, I think that input notwithstanding, this policy is important. And I think, earlier it was suggested that we might somehow tweak the policy to add sort of arbitrary utilization requirements, like 10% of each new block, to somehow assuage this legal requirement. But first off, this community considered exactly that, and it was rejected. So I don't think that's likely to surface again. More to the point, it doesn't really serve a purpose. It's kind of absurd. We already have blocks today. I can get a block from ARIN, use it for a while in region, and then decide at some point I need to use it out of region. Does somehow that change the use of that block? Does somehow that subject ARIN to that country's laws? It doesn't. It doesn't in a way that hasn't happened for decades. And quite frankly, one of the earlier comments mentioned that the reason we're seeing this today is because of V4 exhaustion, but that's not true. It may be an ultimate reason, but the reason we're seeing this today is because ARIN staff changed interpretation of Section 2.2 approximately 2 years ago, when, as David pointed out, they instituted a procedural change to begin asking requesters about regionality of use. And that's why we have this policy here, and that's why it's important. This is not affecting a couple small organizations, a few corner cases. I would argue that this is affecting a significant double-digit percentage of ARIN's address holdings, because there is a massive amount of ARIN's address holdings used by multinationals or used on global networks. And this is a real technical problem. This isn't simply a matter of having a choice to go to other RIRs. If I have to run a circuit to Europe, do I have to get half the /30 from ARIN and half the /30 from RIPE now? Yeah, this is ridiculous. We've used our number space globally since its inception. We must continue using our number space globally. And today, even today, and no disrespect to John, we still can't manage to articulate exactly what the bar is for an organization to get address space. If they mention the right incantation on an address request, it seems to be okay. But if you somehow slip up, as Owen did, it just doesn't work. And this is an untenable situation for ARIN as an organization and for us as a community. So we must move forward on this. We've been debating it, as John mentioned earlier. It's not up now, but this has been under debate for multiple sessions. Yeah. And we have to move forward on this because today it is completely unclear to organizations and to ARIN staff what they ought to do with respect to space that's used globally.
Sorry, go ahead.
And finally, on the question of RIR shopping, as David pointed out as well during his comments, there is no reason anyone who's RIR shopping at this point would prefer ARIN. We have more strenuous policies and higher prices than other RIRs. So there's no financial reason and there's no policy reason at this point that entities who are transferring address space would shop. If you're in RIPE or APNIC, you can do a Section 8.4 transfer, which is easier than this because it doesn't subject you to ARIN's detailed justification requirements, which are greater than the required in most other regions. And if you're on LACNIC or AFRINIC, well, congratulations, you have space there anyway. So there's no concept of a free pool left with respect to this policy. This is about making sure that entities that have global operations can actually operate. And by the way, they already do. So this really just clarifies how ARIN interacts with them and tries to normalize it. So I continue to support this policy.
Thank you very much. Next
Bill
speaker, please.
Woodcock. So this policy is a mess. It talks about allocations and thresholds and amounts and ratios, and it's got everything but the kitchen sink in an attempt to address all of the symptoms. And every time somebody suggests yet another problem, then there's yet another symptom that needs to be addressed, and somebody suggests glomming more text onto it, and it just becomes a bigger and bigger and bigger pile of garbage. What we have here is a problem that is a serious problem that is affecting all of our constituents, and the problem is that we've got mounting bureaucracy that makes it difficult to do our jobs. This is an issue about organizations, not an issue about addresses. The problem is not that we need to keep ARIN members from taking some of their blocks and using some of that space in other countries, because that's just what we need to do for our business, right? That's who we are and how we make our livings. The problem is that we don't want organizations that are not ARIN constituents to come here and raid the remains of the free pool or utilize our policies in preference to their own or whatever, right? So this is essentially a security problem. And good security poses a high barrier to unauthorized people and a very low barrier to authorized people, right? It doesn't create huge bureaucratic headaches for the person who is supposed to be doing the thing, and it creates insurmountable obstacles to the person who is not supposed to be doing the thing. And bad security is the kind that a hacker gets through easily, and an authorized person has to write their password on a Post-it note and type it in, and it's 18 characters long, and they got to use the option key, right? And that's the problem we're in right now. We've got something where we've glommed on all of these procedures, a huge mess, and it's difficult for staff to implement, it's difficult for legal to justify, it's difficult for us to work our way through the bureaucracy, it's unpredictable, and it doesn't work, right? So more of that is not going to make things better. What we need to do is step back and look at who we are, because it's we, the set of organizations, that are trying to identify itself, because we want to serve us to the exclusion of people who are not us. And that has nothing to do with address space, right? So the easy way to do this that would require global coordination, not on the part of RIRs, but on the part of the RIR constituents, is for every constituent to say, these are the RIRs, or this is the RIR that I identify with. This is the one I want to do business with, and I'll follow that one's policy as long as that one's policy allows me to get my work done globally, right? That's a hard solution because it requires a lot of coordination. This is inherently a hard problem, but we need to not be looking at the addresses. We need to be looking at how to identify the organizations. We want to be serving the organizations that are principally North American organizations, the organizations that have a significant business presence here more than they do somewhere else, the organizations that are serving customers in the US, that have bank accounts in the US, that are legally and financially responsible in the US, because ultimately this comes down to liability, right? If somebody commits a crime using addresses and routing and so forth associated with an organization, do we have a handle on it? Can we go to the FBI and say, you know, or the RCMP or whatever, deal with it here, go arrest the person, go, you know, subpoena them for whatever, or is it in the Ukraine, right? If it's in the Ukraine, we shouldn't have been servicing them in the first place. We should not be giving them address space. RIPE should.
I assume by the U.S. you mean U.S., Canada, and parts of the Caribbean. Last speaker, please.
Hi, Elvis Valabi for Escrow. I have been observing mostly the policies and the discussions of the policy proposals in the ARIN region. I have not been very active. Just to respond to something that the previous speaker said, I fear that we're moving into a direction that I'm not very sure if it's the right one. And I fear that we're actually moving into a direction where there will be a competition between the 5 RIRs. I'm not very sure that's the right movement. The first comment. Second comment is, could someone tell me how can they demonstrate where I'm using my IP address? Am I using it here because I'm connecting to my VPN back at home? Or am I using it back at home because it's routed there? Or am I using it on a machine that's in between because who knows who's listening to my traffic? It's very difficult and almost impossible to actually demonstrate what will be used within and outside the region. So for this reason only, I'm opposing to this policy proposal. I don't think ARIN should continue to create more and more difficulties. And I actually think that I actually think that ARIN, because I'm still consider myself part of the RIPE community more than the ARIN community, I think that the ARIN community should step back a bit, look at what RIPE has done, and try to not copy, but at least listen and understand what the liberal community of RIPE is trying to do. Because, and I know this is not agreed by most of you here, but this will never fly globally. The RIPE community has become extremely liberal, and it will never accept another policy that will just add barriers. My point of view.
Your view, yes, just to be clear.
Yeah, I'm totally...
Yeah, I was going to say Milton had some reply comments and probably some closing.
Totally confused by your statement. You gave a very convincing presentation. You can't identify why regionality of the address space is irrelevant, and then you said you're against this policy. You said you're against ARIN erecting new barriers. This policy is trying to reduce barriers, to become more liberal. What's your problem with the policy?
Well, I think that right now ARIN is trying to impose some numbers on how much could be used inside and how much could be used outside the region.
No. Look, there it is, right there in the summary. That's the nexus. You have to have that to, eligible. Other than that, there's no ratios. Woodcock was wrong. There's no ratios in this policy. There's just that nexus. Okay, so am I right that you actually support the policy?
Well, given that, I'll have to come back and I'll reply by email.
Okay.
Okay. So it has to be a very quick interjection
Totally
to a point.
quick,
Okay.
yeah. So look, the issue I have is that this nexus does not guarantee, solving the problem that Bill Woodcock identified, which is the material connection to the ARIN region. This nexus can be simulated or used by illegitimate parties from other regions to raid our resources. And I don't think that's the intent. The intent is to solve a problem and facilitate legitimate business operations of ARIN members. So we need to find a way to ensure that there is some rational connection of those people to the region. I just think this isn't the way to do that.
But we've kind of already hashed that. Was there anything last? Add very quickly?
Well, I would just like to call for a vote.
We will, that is where I will go if you had
Okay.
no other comments. So I appreciate your patience to all the speaks and all that. I will verify that my counters are, and then just as a quick clarification, while I know there's been some people suggested some amendments, we will be voting on the text as it is in your discussion guide. So I will ask, just like before, first those in favor of the proposal and then those against. So I'll ask the online voting to begin, and then those in the room who are in favor of proposal 2014-1, out of region use, please raise your hand high and keep it there until I ask you to lower it, please. As high as you can get it, I realize it's been a long. Especially those way in the back, keep the hand up until we ask to lower. Thank you, you can lower. Now I'll ask those who are opposed to the policy to raise their hands nice and high, please. Thank you. So we'll just wait for the tabulation. John, I don't know if you want to give the break info while we're waiting quickly, just as an efficiency, since I realize we've chewed into it.
Yes. We're going to be going into break in a minute. We're not delaying our return from break, which means when we go into break, you will be back here. Well, I guess we have to delay it 5 minutes. You will be back here at 11:05. We will do our transfer panel at 11:05 a.m. You can go now, but if you want to hear the results, you need to stay.
Here come the results.
It's not like Michael's between you and break. No, don't.
All right, very quickly, those in the room, 118. Those in favor, 17. Against, 11. This will be provided to the AC for their consideration. Thank you very much. See you in.
See you back at 11:05 promptly.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Milton, by the way.
Okay, if people will come in, we'll get started. So you have slides, right? I have a couple. Okay, we have them loaded, I think. So, let me ask my panelists here. Guys, do you want, when you say your opening statements, to do it from the podium or from your chair?
Whatever works.
What do you care? Anyone care?
I have no preference.
Chair.
If I was doing the chair, I'll do the chair. Great.
I'll stay at the podium, but when it's time for the slides, I'm going to give you the remote. This is the remote. They'll bring up your slides.
Okay.
Right click.
Excellent.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. If everyone is here and started, I'd like to get started with our IPv4 Transfer Experience panel. I have Sandra Brown from the IPv4 Market Group, Jack Hazen, Hilco Stream Bank, out of order, David Huberman from Microsoft. I have Elvis Velia from V4 Escrow, and I have Mark Lindsay from Avenue 4? Yes, thank you, Mark. Yes. Okay, all of these people have been involved in transfers, and since we've had a transfer policy for some time, we figured it would be good for people to have an opportunity to speak about their experiences with the transfer policy, because that will help inform the community and look at our policies and see how they're doing. Everyone has a brief introductory statement, and so we're going to go through those, and then we're going to open it up for questions. We have 2 microphones for questions. You should probably use 2 lines when we open it up. We have an hour for this panel. Amazingly, I wasn't sure if that was enough time, but we'll see how it goes. I'd like to start it out with opening remarks, and so if we can get up Sandra's slides, she's first. That looks like, yes, that's yours. Go ahead, Sandra Brown.
Thank you, and good morning. And thank you to ARIN and David Huberman for putting this forum together so that we get a chance to talk with you.
No audio? There's no, oh, now I have audio here.
Bring it closer. Chew on the microphone.
Okay, how's that? Thank you. As I was saying, thank you to ARIN and to David Huberman for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. I just have a couple of slides, and I don't so much want to talk to all of my content because these are slides I've had from other engagements, but I wanted to make a few points specific to the topic at hand and then leave the slides with you so that you'll have some extra content if you want to refer to them in the future. So first of all, I wanted to give you some information on the purchase process. Just a couple points I wanted to make here. First, when buyers come to us, we encourage buyers to get free IPs from ARIN before they make a purchase. And so if you're thinking about the process, the purchase process, the point is, do you want a 3-month supply and go back to the well with ARIN every 3 months? Or do you want a 24-month supply from the transfer market so that you don't have to keep going back to the well? So that's the idea behind free and having to go back 8 times as often, or going back once every 24 months. Second point is it's good to get help to do the ARIN justification, especially if you don't have a lot of internal expertise at the process. You know, if you're a big shop like Mr. Huberman's here, you'll obviously know how to do it. But if you're a smaller shop and you don't do it very often, then get some help. And that's something we can bring to the table as a broker, is to get you some help so that you don't have to struggle with the many questions that ARIN asks that are very difficult to answer in some cases. The other point to make there, of course, is that when you do apply for IPs, your existing blocks have to be 80% used, and that's every block, not the aggregate of the blocks, and that's been a discussion point within ARIN for some time. And then you have to show how the IPs are going to be used, and that's can be very difficult, and that's something that specifically the assistance we give will get you through. The next point is that compliments to ARIN. The ARIN pre-approval process has gotten much more streamlined than it used to be. And it's good to get pre-approved and not, I think someone made this comment yesterday during the meeting. It's good to get pre-approved and not say, okay, I want to buy, this company's /16 block, line up with the seller, and then find out, oh, you're only pre-approved for a /17, and find your commercial process has gone astray. So therefore, get pre-approved, learn what size block you're approved for, and then get lined up for your commercial process. Okay, so those are the points I wanted to make on this slide. And taking you to my next slide, just one point I wanted to make here, and there's some information here about what due diligence a buyer should go through, and I want mostly for you to take this away with you. And the point I wanted to make verbally is that we recommend you check the IPs for blacklisting, and secondly, for blocking. And a lot of people don't think about blocking because it's not very visible. So what we recommend is if you're going to use the IPs for functions such as email, even internal email, then make sure that you check that you can, by testing the IP specifically for email, that you can actually email on them by pre-testing. And my last slide is on negotiation points to deal with between buyer and seller. And again, I want to leave most of these points with you. So our experience as a broker is that we've never found auctions to be successful. So the main reason for this is that buyers don't like to compete for the same block. So you'll find that as a seller, you want to list your block and you say, oh, put my block up for auction. And you can't go to a bunch of buyers and they just don't want to compete for the same block. They'll say, well, find me a different block. Because right now, to be honest, within ARIN region, there are more sellers than buyers. Second point I'd like to make is that we recommend payment via escrow. And it's probably a little bit because IPs are a fairly new asset in terms of buy-sell. And it gives the buyer some comfort that they're going to get the IPs when they pay for them. And it gives the seller some comfort that they're going to get their money without losing the asset. Last point I wanted to make verbally is that buyers often only look at the price. So they say, I'm going to get these for a certain price. Price is all that really matters to me. But there's other factors you really got to be conscious of. IP quality, the efficiency of the seller. Sometimes you get a seller who's really, really got a lot of corporate process or who's really, really crummy at following up and getting things through ARIN. And you wait 6 weeks versus some sellers will do things in 2 days. You want to make sure you get an efficient seller. You want jurisdiction of the legal agreements to be right. We've never had a case go to court, touch wood, and we hope we never do. But we hope we never do. But you want to be able to have the court handy if you need to. And last but not least, you want to make sure that the legal content of the agreement is good. So those are the points I wanted to make in my opening statements, and I don't know how you want to do Q&A.
Turn it over to Michael. Turn over to David, and when we get to the end, we'll do open questions for everyone.
Okay, thank you. So over to David.
Hi, everyone. I'm David Huberman from Microsoft. Put this panel together with John. We're at a point now where we've been making transfer policy here at ARIN for a few years, but the market's really established now, and there's some lessons to be learned, some real lessons to be learned. So we wanted to, we asked folks to participate, and Microsoft allows me to participate to share some lessons learned in hopes that it both helps you as a buyer or a seller, or as a member of the community, when you think about transfer policy, you see some real-world implications of that policy. Some of you are my competitors, so there's a lot I can't say. But I have found some things that I can say that I think will help you as a buyer or a seller be more successful when operating in the transfer market. The first thing is when you're a buyer and you go looking at an organization to buy their address space and you see it's not routed in the DFZ anywhere and you see it's not blocked anywhere, you might want to ask them if they're using it on the back end. We bought an address block, which everything was great. Everything was fine. We went to closing, and then It finally trickled down to the engineers who actually operate the network. And they said, well, we're using this space on the back end. So you want to ask that question at some point during your negotiations. This is more corner case, but for the larger operators out there, when you're buying address space from a large company, make sure the seller and the seller's broker actually have the authority to sell you the address space. There was a situation where a block was being brokered that had competing brokers and competing employees in the company trying to sell the block and lay claim over the authority. As a buyer, that represents risk to your company, to your network. That's probably somewhere you don't want to go. So the due diligence step at the early stage of a transaction is really, really important. Now something more practical that has to do with ARIN policy. Make sure you don't lock in accidentally your space into ARIN because of ARIN NRPM 8.4, the anti-flip language. The anti-flip language is really, the devil are in the details there. If you don't set it up so that you can do an 8.2 transfer to a different subsidiary on a different continent, you can, well, pardon my language, you can screw yourself because you're buying space for use around the world, and you're going to buy it from whoever's got the space that you want at the cheapest price. And if that buyer is in the ARIN region, but you're intending to use the space in Chile, if you don't build in the ability to move this, to buy the space as parent corporation, 8.2 transfer it to subsidiary, your own subsidiary corporation, and then 8.4 it to Chile, you actually get, this stuff gets stuck for a full year in ARIN Suez, which is contrary to everything you're trying to accomplish and why you spent a whole lot of money. So those were some of the lessons I wanted to share with you. I hope you find those helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, David, for setting this panel up, and ARIN for allowing us to share our experiences with you. I'm just going to give you just a little of my background, so you could understand my perspective in establishing how we go about going to market with the address blocks that we get. If anyone told me, I don't know, 10 years ago when I was an attorney, I was a bankruptcy attorney, that I'd be selling internet numbers, I would, I don't know what I'd do, but I certainly did not expect to be doing this. But really, it's sort of, after retrospect, it's actually an interesting match. So our company, Hilco Stream Bank, sells and values intellectual property generally. So the IPv4 business is only one division of our company. We look at global intellectual property, and sometimes I confuse people when I say we call intellectual property IP, so I have to try and say intellectual property. So we sell all trademarks, patents, copyrights, domain names, and internet numbers. And whenever I tell people we sell internet numbers, it's not in this crowd. They look at me like I'm from outer space, but. In any event, so number one, we have a background in selling all types of intellectual property, and this is a natural fit. I also was a bankruptcy attorney whose focus in a lot of my practice was establishing sale procedures in bankruptcy cases. And so we were charged with looking at a company that had particular assets that not always were regular assets that people fully understood, not always assets that there was complete clarity over how they're owned, what sets of rights people have to them, and we were charged with establishing sale procedures that made all the constituents in the case comfortable, that their rights were protected, and that made buyers comfortable that they were buying something and getting at the end of the process what they set out to buy. And so with that lens on our practice, we saw this opportunity and went forward to try and establish a system that worked. And, you know, our first sale took a while, a lot of head scratching and figuring it out. But through our experiences, I think we've progressed to address a lot of the concerns. And I'll just share with you just some of the issues that we've seen and how we address them. Just going a little out of order, just to Sandra's point about auctions, I don't disagree with Sandra that many people are not comfortable buying in an auction. And we understand that, although in bankruptcy, it's usually an auction because it needs to be a public forum. But there also are reasons, and there are people that would prefer to buy in an auction because it's clear, it's a little bit more transparent, and they know what other people are bidding. And so we've set out to go both directions. We do many private confidential sales and negotiated sales and go through the contract process, and some companies are particular over the terms of the contracts. But on the flip side, we saw a need for transparency in the market, and a lot of people that we went to, well, you know, I'm paying X for addresses, and how do I know that that's the right price? You know, maybe it's 2 times X or 10 times X or, you know, 0.1 of X. And so we created an online auction platform that if you take a look at it, you'll see you don't have to be a bidder, and anyone in the public could go on and see how much addresses are trading for and in what regions and how many transactions we're doing. And so the auction process has its positives, and we'll go either way for depending on the needs of the parties. Just to maybe, sorry if I'm repetitive on some of the points that Sandra made as well, but pre-approval. So one of the biggest hurdles that we came across in our transactions was, I'm buying this, but I don't know if I can get it because I have to go through ARIN approval. And so we've worked through ARIN on many transactions, and hats off to their staff. I mean, they've really progressed over the last few years to a point where I think we've dramatically improved the time that a sale takes place, and they've been pretty diligent in, you know, answering questions and clarifying things for buyers. The pre-approval system is I highly advise, if you're going in for a transaction, to have pre-approval. If not, you know, we do transactions that are subject to approval, but there's a risk of not closing a transaction because of it. On our auction system, we openly encourage pre-approval, and in fact, if you win an auction and you don't get approved, there's a fee that you have to pay. So we go ahead and get pre-approval. Requests, both from sellers and buyers, or you want to call them transferees, for sales of /24s, /20s, /22s. So we saw a need and a big marketplace out there for the smaller blocks as well. We addressed that with the online platform as well. You don't have to negotiate a contract. You click buy, and the terms and conditions are outlined on the site, and so everyone knows what their terms and conditions are. If they read it, if they just clicked I agree, well, they are what they are. But we've enabled people to buy and sell smaller blocks. So thought that was helpful, and with the transparency on top of it, that created an atmosphere and a system where people can trade in these assets without, or assets, I don't know if that's the right word, but trade in this in addresses in a efficient manner that suits the amount of money that they're spending on it. That's it.
Very good. Okay, Elvis?
Hi, everyone. My name is Elvis Vela, and I'm the CEO of V4 Escrow. I'd like to thank ARIN, John, and David for the opportunity of being among the very cool individuals here creating policies and procedures for an IPv market to succeed. I remember when I was 7 years old, under a communism regime of Ceausescu, where we did not have enough to eat, we did not have enough to drink, and my parents did not have any opportunity. And I remember my father turning on the TV and watching some Serbian TV, because there was nothing on Romanian TV. And at this Serbian TV station, the Berlin Wall, well, he was looking at the Berlin Wall going down. And at that time, I had no idea why they were so excited. And as I was experiencing their emotions, I saw that the communism both in Russia and Germany was collapsing as the wall came down. In my head, I sensed that there was opportunity, that there was this feeling that I got in my body watching my parents celebrating the wall going down and the Romanian Revolution happening at about the same time. I had the feeling that for the first time, I was going to be okay. I was going to be here, and I was going to have opportunity too. This is what I do every day as a business. I feel that same excitement that I felt as a kid when the Berlin was going down, or when the revolution started in Romania. There was a long break until I had the feeling again. I went to school, I started working in internet cafes and call centers before I became a network administrator and a technical expert. I felt the same shivers when between 2000 and 2007, I was part of the development of the internet in Romania. I then went to work for a regional internet registry, the RIPE NCC, and as I was working for the RIPE NCC, there was this new revolution that I sensed coming. And I'm so excited to be part of it, as I felt what was going to happen, and I started to get that one feeling one more time. As I see this market transition from something that used to be a number to something that runs the world, I feel so privileged to be a part of this process. I come from a technical background, and I started before escrow when I realized that once IP addresses are going to run out, the RIR world we live in is going to change from a quasi-regulatory five-body institution to a free market. I started studying a lot about the free market and learned how things are going. I started learning about the efficiency in enabling this free market, and I started to get a technical skill set and appreciation for what this industry would need to do to get to that place. And I'm excited to be part of the time when this is actually happening. In 2014, the market has transparently moved more than a /8, and V4 escrow has been a significant part of that market. These transparent transfers do not include future contracts or legacy transfers. At MINOG 14 in March 2014, I predicted that a whole /8 would be transferred within the year, and that prediction was spot on. At MINOG 15, just 2 weeks ago, I predicted that 3 to 4 /8 would be transferred in 2015. Most people predict things because it flatters their ego and it highlights their expertise. I predict things because I love my job and I love this market. And the reason why I was able to predict things so accurately is because I'm involved in it every day, and I take it to such a level of detail that it's exciting for me to know where it's going, and I feel that my predictions and my numbers drive the spirit of this market. I am proud to have been selected as the expert broker executing several of the largest transfers in the RIPE region. V4 escrow has brokered over 2.5 million IP addresses in 2014. I'm here right now to announce that in 2015, V4 escrow will become one of the most important IPv4 brokers in the ARIN region as well. While these IP addresses come from saturated markets, there are countries in the world, and especially in Asia and the Middle East, that have been late in joining the internet table. These countries now need our help to reach the same adoption of the internet as the Western countries have. While these IP addresses come from saturated markets, there are still leftovers from an industry that does not need them. The industry in the Western countries has reached a level where they have enough IPs. The free market is based on the inventory moved from a market that does not need it to a market that badly needs the IPs. Hence, the market moves things to the best use of the resources. When was the last time that you saw an article about IP addresses in the Washington Post or Computer World? Just last week, I was interviewed and featured in both. We are part of something big right now. The market of IP addresses runs the world. I mean, why is Google here? Why are AOL, Apple, Twitter, Akamai, or Microsoft here? Why are 6Connect, Comcast, Cox, Time Warner, Verizon, NTT, etc., attending this meeting? Because these are the most important decisions that we can make. Today matters the most. If you guys have any questions about transfers and about how I predict both the size and the pricing in this market, please come up with the microphone or see me in the break and talk to me. I'm proud to be the CEO of V4 escrow and to be able to be part of the market of IPs and the way the internet works. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elvis. And Mark, go ahead.
Yes, Mark Lindsay. I'm president of Avenue 4, and Avenue 4 spun off from a law firm. I'm a lawyer by training, and we got into this space several years ago, mostly advising large companies in connection with the underpinnings of the market as it was emerging, understanding what they had and how they deployed it. And increasingly, those early large sellers typically turn to us to kind of complete the full cycle of transactions. So that's sort of my perspective. It's good to share sort of perspectives. We simply almost exclusively represent large sellers in this space. And based on that experience, there's a few things I wanted to share with you with respect to the insights that we have in the market. One is that the market is inefficient. What Hilco is doing is a good attempt to bring transparency and efficiency into the market, but there's still some difficulty in getting kind of a trusted platform where we can completely go through and having buyers and sellers meet. So still right now, the fundamental way big transactions get done, and we mostly do larger transactions, the way big transactions get done is you find a buyer and seller and you match them. It's not particularly efficient. There's no real clear price transparency. Now, Hilco has some numbers on their auction platform, but transactions, a lot of transactions don't happen in a public way. Intermediaries here at the table, we probably know pretty close to any particular time, given size, what the price might be. But you and buyers and sellers don't really have an independent way to verify whether what you're buying at a particular price point is the accurate price. Now, at some point in time, the market will move to more efficient means to make that happen. We want to be a participant in that. But right now, that price transparency doesn't really exist. There's some points I want to talk about what ARIN can do to help out a little bit, not on price, but on transparency. There's also the T's and C's. I mean, again, because we're lawyers, our advisory firm, Avenue 4, does the full soup to nuts. We'll bring in a seller, we'll do the due diligence on their numbers, we'll then match them with a buyer, we'll structure the transaction, help them go to closing, and to the extent they need it, we'll facilitate the transfer and then work with them for any post-closing, post-transfer conditions. But negotiating those terms and conditions is still a battleground, right? There are certain norms that are evolving, and I'll talk about those norms in 1 second. The principal vehicle today used to convey IPv4 assets in the secondary market is through an asset purchase agreement. People are treating it like an asset. They're treating it like property. No matter what anybody else in the community believes, that's the way these transactions are happening. Now, the challenge is, because there is a set of uncertainties at law as to whether there really is title in that fashion, there's this delicate dance that buyers and sellers go through to say, well, what am I conveying? What am I getting? So there's a little bit of discomfort for buyers and sellers in that space. We spend a fair amount of time in our transactions navigating that risk, making sure that buyers can have some meaningful thing that they walk away with, and sellers aren't exposing themselves to potential secondary remedies in the event that there's some outcome, some output of a legal decision that might not be favorable for how the norms are evolving. But for all intent and purposes, most transactions treat V4 numbers like an intangible asset. Now, there are different transaction structures that a lot of clients are involved in. Most of them are kind of one-and-done closings. There are a fair number of options and forwards being done at the larger sizes. So you all talk about sort of restrictive policies on transfers, and one of the points I want to make is that restrictive transfer policies have their place of doing certain things, but fundamentally, people are being engaged, like me and others. We like it. It's good. It's creative to find ways to work around those policies to achieve business objectives of the buyers and sellers at issue. Now, not violating policy as such, but working around it. So no matter how many policy changes you make, there are creative folks around who will find a way to get done what they want to get done. So the point I want to make is that if ARIN, going forward, the best thing for post-exhaustion is to reduce the barriers for participants to use the process in the open, right? The higher barriers you put up, the more workarounds people will engage in to make it less transparent and less effective for those who are following the rules. So I mentioned asset purchase agreements, transfers, forwards and options, all are fundamentally part of what's happening. Some bigger transactions also happen on a barter basis. There may be some portion of the value that's exchanged other than for cash, but those are usually close relationships. A lot of our transactions are very specific and bespoke. We don't have a particular form, but more times than not, there are some common elements that go forward. So I want to talk a little bit about what ARIN has done and what it can do. I think ARIN has done a very good job in the last 12 to 24 months moving towards liberalizing the market, and it's making it more efficient to people to participate. It's still inefficient, but they're getting very far. The pre-approval process is incredibly helpful. The ARIN online transfer process is incredibly helpful. It used to be the email templates, which were not particularly efficient. The turnaround time for transfer requests at ARIN have been excellent. The staff has been very good at getting that back, getting people informed as to what they need to do, guiding them through the process of what needs to be done to get a transfer approved. I do say that the ARIN Online process could be improved a bit because a lot of us who are in this space have a lot of experience doing it. And the sellers and the buyers in this space may or may not have experience. David and others here have experience. But it would be helpful if ARIN Online would allow for limited delegated authority for certain intermediaries to help perfect transfers. Right now, you have to do it on a block-wide basis. So if I've got a client that has a /8, they've got to give me administrative authority for the entire /8 to help achieve a /16 transfer. So being able to reduce that delegated authority would be very helpful. I'd also say that the other point I want to make is that liberalizing the transfer process itself. Now, I'm going to go right at this. I know I have a bias, but I do think eliminating needs justification in a post-exhaustion world is the appropriate mechanism to use. It does not meaningfully inhibit large buyers to get what they want. It merely sets up a roadblock or a little bit of a speed bump for certain transactions. So what really ends up happening is people are using forwards and options to do other things to achieve their outcome. But if you eliminate needs justification, there'd be no reason to do so. They can immediately have those transactions reflected in the registry, which is desirable to everyone. So minimizing the needs justification as a hurdle to getting full transparency on all the transfers, in my view, is a definitive move in the direction where this community ought to be going post-exhaustion. I also think that there's another bit of transparency that ARIN could help with. Right now, ARIN does identify in the online or on your website blocks that have been transferred, but you don't identify the source, who the recipient is, the date it was transferred. That would be very helpful just in understanding and analyzing the market in a better way. Now, that seems like a software fix. It could be done. I'm not sure how it would be, what the next step is for doing that, but I do think RIPE and AP very good job at making that information readily available, which facilitates analysis for market participants to see the size of the market and see what's happening. So those are the things I think ought to help progress the market to a more liberal, transparent, and open process. And again, I do think, I really will emphasize this point. I've been inside this market, participating in many angles for a long while, lawyer to sellers, now as an advisor to brokerage work, that the needs justification and any meaningfully high barrier in the contracts ought to be reduced so that people don't find ways to cheat.
Thank you, Mark. So I'm going to open the microphones for questions. Couple of things. If you have a question for a particular person, say it when you're asking the question. Otherwise, I'll see who wants to respond, and I'll get them to, I'll choose someone. We're going to go probably to 11:05 with Q&A, and then I'll give everyone a 1-minute closing statement. So, sorry, 12:05. I'm living in the future, I guess. So yeah, we have approximately 15, 20 minutes for Q&A. I see Lee. Go ahead, open it up.
Hi, Lee Howard. Thank you all for being here. I always love this topic. It's really interesting to me. So Mark, in particular, you had mentioned pricing transparency, I believe, and I think Elvis said something about it too. I know that Jack and Sandra publish on their websites prices of some recent. I don't think that you all do on yours. Would you? That would help us see what pricing is looking like.
That's a very good point. And again, we come at it from a perspective advising sellers. So most of our sellers and most of our buyers at the moment don't want that disclosed. A lot of them don't want the full value, the full size of their transaction even disclosed. So if I said for you, for example, there's a transfer of a /16, that might be part of a bigger deal, and you saw a price point for that, you're still not going to have complete information because that's going to be an inappropriate price and size match. But your point is a good one. My clients at the moment and the buyers that work with them don't want that information disclosed.
Would anyone else like to follow up on Lee's question regarding publishing pricing?
So I think you were also asking me, right?
Yes.
We, as Mark here, we also have NDAs with most of our customers. And because of those NDAs, we cannot publicly disclose the prices for one transaction. However, what I can do say is that we have had, in 2014, transfers for prices anywhere between $7.5 to $16 per IP address. Now, larger blocks have been transactioned to somewhat smaller prices. Smaller blocks have been transactioned to somewhat higher prices. Second thing that I want to mention is that we also noticed a different trend in 2015. So this was 2014. 2015, we actually see that sellers are trying to put a minimum cap, which is somewhere around $10 to $12 per IP address. And that is right now the minimum. It used to be maybe 7, 8 last year. Now it's somewhere around 10 to 12. That is what I can disclose.
Okay.
And
Any follow-up, Lee?
I do have a follow-up, thank you. My other question is around, I estimated at some point that there were probably 1 billion addresses, that IPv4 addresses, that were not actually being used by anything. That's sort of where I eyeballs the easy part of the market. Since I can't see how much address space has been traded but not registered in the WHOIS database, and I can't see what's locked up in futures and options contracts, can you all give us a sense for how large the remaining market is, or at least for any appreciable size of prefix? If there are 600 million addresses locked up in /24s, that's not necessarily a fantastic market for many of us. But how's the market doing, and how much of it is left?
Does anyone want to comment on future options, lockups, or transfers that haven't, for some reason, made it into WHOIS?
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Sandra.
All at once. Well, go ahead. Go ahead, Sandra.
So I think it's a great question, Lee. And my view on that is that your number is probably accurate, but I think the number of free addresses will be a function of price. So what you're seeing in the market right now is that several /8s in North America have freed up, and Mark, as well as anyone, knows which /8s are available since he represents a couple of them. And I think what we're seeing happening is that a couple have come to market with partial /8s, and they are saying, okay, we're done for now. We freed up as much as we're going to. And it's not until the price increases, to quote Elvis's prices, like you can see larger blocks going right now for around the $5 to $7 point per IP. It's not until you start to see those prices start to exceed $10 that you'll see supply start to increase. So perhaps the current quantity is between 500,000 and 1 million IPs. When price gets above $10 for the larger blocks, I believe it will increase over the 1 billion mark. I'm sorry, I'm dropping 3 zeros.
Okay.
And can I just want to add one more?
Real quick, Mark, and then I want to move on to the next question.
Yeah, my quick point there to your point, Lee. I'd say that right now, right on what Sandra's saying, we've got a lot of large block holders, and I'll give you a ballpark figure. We have, just within our space of Avenue 4, we've transacted, and in total, it's probably equivalent of a 0.9/8. Now, the remainder of what is left from some of those big sellers, they are really waiting for a more efficient market, a defined price, to then go and invest to free those remaining numbers up. So I think there is a good portion of numbers that could be deployed on the sidelines, because now it's really harder to get to. And until there's a better way to clear at a certain price defined, and the prices are a little better, they won't invest at an extra bit to free up the remaining half, 2/3, 3/4 of what they have in inventory.
Okay, I want to move ahead.
Can I just say one thing?
Real quick.
Real quick. I think post-exhaustion, you'll see a big difference. It's tough to really have a market where people can get addresses for free and people have to pay for addresses. Right. So I don't know that I'm smart enough to tell you how many are out there, but I think you'll see things open up post-exhaustion.
Owen?
Owen DeLong, Akamai, ARIN AC, once again speaking only for myself. I'm a little concerned about the smaller blocks going for larger dollar values. When we were discussing this in the advisory council before we had an 8.3, we had an economist advising us from Harvard who was telling us that what would actually result would be this convex pricing model where the fact that larger blocks would fetch higher value per IP would help preserve aggregation. And what I'm hearing is that the economic incentives are now saying, deaggregate your 8 into 24s and you can get more money per address. So that concerns me.
There's a question coming?
No, that was a comment.
Okay.
Question, David gave the example of having his address space locked up so that he couldn't transfer it to Chile under 8.4, but to the best of my knowledge, LACNIC does not yet have a compatible transfer policy that would allow him to transfer it to Chile anyway. So how was that relevant?
A question to David about his chili. Go ahead, David.
It was a hypothetical because it is relevant in a PNIC and RIPE.
Okay. All right, Owen, we got lots of people questions. One more quick one.
Final question. I'm hearing lots of, we keep hearing this mantra of having rules causes people to cheat in order to circumvent the rules. We should just get rid of the rules. I will once again reiterate that eliminating the rules does not make society better just because it makes it more convenient for people to make money.
Okay. Front microphone, go ahead.
Yeah, two questions. First
Name?
of all, Milton Mueller,
Thank you.
Syracuse University. I missed the first. I don't know if anybody addressed the question of leasing. Is this an example of what Mark was talking about, where if you create barriers, people find workarounds, and how much of that is going on? Are you guys part of that market? The other question is, we passed it.
One question.
One question?
One question, you got it? So, leasing.
Yeah,
All right.
so I'll say that there are transactions where people are finding ways to convey beneficial use without going through the full transfer process. At Avenue 4, we don't really get involved in leasing as such. We get a lot of propositions for it, a lot of buyers coming to us or particular potential tenants coming to us with that proposition, and they are finding ways to get it done. And to Owen's point, I'm not saying eliminating the rules. You reduce the barriers that are causing people to otherwise cheat, to make it easier for them to comply with the rules that are important to you. That's the point.
Anyone else want to respond on leasing?
Yeah, I'd like to say a couple of words as well. We do also see a lot of companies coming to us trying to lease addresses. We don't get involved into leasing just because leasing can be done directly. When you swipe an IP address, when you make an assignment, you're basically leasing that block to your customer for a period of time, depending on the contract. So leasing can be done directly. It doesn't have to be done through a broker. And leasing basically means giving a block to a customer for a period of time.
Can I
Go
also
ahead,
speak?
Sandra, quick.
Because this is the tips and tricks sort of conversation, we, based on 4 years in this market, when we first got into the market, we did some leasing, and we soon learned that most of the parties looking to lease blocks were looking to email on them. So we quickly stopped doing that because we learned very quickly that they were going to blacklist and block your IPs. So if you are a seller, I would recommend very strongly that you not lease your IPs. It's not a good thing to do, and we are no longer in the leasing business because of that. We would, however, do some of the stuff that Mark alluded to, which is, if you have a block and you want to put an option on your block, or you want to allow someone to use your block with, a lease back kind of arrangement, paid up front. We do that kind of thing, yes.
Thank you, Milton. One question. Congratulations. Okay, second back microphone.
Kevin Bloomberg.
Milton, you can get in line again. I just want to keep it moving quick.
Kevin Bloomberg, The Wire. So we still have smaller blocks in this particular region, and I think you could say in other regions as well with their end of days policies, smaller providers can still get space. My concern is that there is going to be a minimum floor that is going to be prohibitive to the smaller transfers. And what I mean by the minimum floor is when you take into account your cut, the legal cut, the transfer cut, and everything else, the actual cost of the block on a 24 or 23 is very small. What can we do to improve that? I.e., I expect legal right now, the documents are a massive cost. Is there a way of completely getting that down and getting the minimum floor down moving forward?
Question for the panel on a lower floor. How do we do it?
Well, we've attempted to at least improve that by taking away all the legal costs through the online platform. Frankly, we don't make much. We probably lose money when we sell it /24 at this point. However, we've taken down a lot of those barriers over there, and at some point, it's the market is going to be the market, and if it's too expensive, I'm not sure how we could address it. But we're trying to make the transaction process smoother so that people can get through it reasonably. And we are selling /24, so right now people are paying more per address for a /24 than for larger blocks, and they're closing the transactions and they're going through ARIN.
Elvis next, then Sandra.
Yeah. So, I think I do have a suggestion for that. Let's remove needs-based for smaller blocks. Let's see how that works. Let's make the process so simple and automated that it doesn't really involve lots of hoops, lots of barriers, lots of costs.
So just a quick question to follow up to Jack. Is your current point-and-click transactional scenario compatible with the 35 countries that ARIN is a part of? I think it's 35, give or take.
28 economies.
28? Oh, a couple. So as a Canadian organization, would that point-and-click legal whatever be compatible with a Canadian company?
It's an interesting question. I don't know if we have choice of law provisions in there, for example. So that if there is, it's probably one. But we have sold blocks in Asia off of that site, and it's the same site. So it's compatible. I imagine that as we grow it and as we have more participants in foreign countries, we'll do more to accommodate them, translation, et cetera, as well.
Thank you.
Okay, rear microphone.
Hi, Martin Hannigan from Akamai, serious market observer. Just a few points based on the conversation that we've had already. And very quickly, with regards to price points, I guess we'll have the IP number ice bucket challenge. I disagree with you. My data points, my own data points are $1 an address at this point because there are much more sellers than buyers in the market. Second question is, and I think that if only one person can answer this, and it probably would apply to all, how much exclusivity do you guys have on address blocks? I get the feeling that there's pretty much none at this point and that it's a free-for-all. And third question, and if each person can answer this just with a number, how many RFPs have you each seen? Thank you.
For exclusivity, just to know, are you the sole representative of the party
You
selling?
have a contractual relationship with the block seller that you and only you are representing the seller.
Okay. Are you exclusive? And then how many RFPs do you get?
I'd say we're about 20/80, 20 exclusive, 80 not.
Sandra?
I'd say we're the opposite of that. We're probably 90-10, 90 exclusive, 10 not. RFPs, how many have we seen? Probably 10.
Jack?
Yeah, I probably have seen the same RFPs as Sandra, so yeah, and almost
we won them
always,
all.
we're almost,
We've all seen them, yeah.
we're almost always exclusive also.
Mark, do you have a comment?
No, I would say that more times than not, we are the exclusive advisor for our particular sellers. Some sellers still freelance. It creates problems all the way across the board, and we're trying to create some order and discipline. There is not much order and discipline in the market at the moment with respect to the intermediary sets of services and how sellers and buyers go about using us and who, in fact, a particular intermediary is representing. Are they representing the seller or the buyer? So there needs to be a little bit more order and discipline there. It is kind of all participants can do things that are not necessarily efficient for all involved. But it is best if you are a seller or a buyer to pick your intermediary and not shop it, pick the right one, because you create a false impression in terms of what is actually available, and it doesn't help. It hurts everyone. So I think, and you had a second question about, what was your second question about?
Number of RFPs do you see?
We've seen, I'd say, a smaller percentage of RFPs. We tend to try to do matching of larger transactions. So we've seen maybe 3 RFPs at most. We've had a lot of competitive processes that have been short-cycled, but formal RFPs in terms of written document that says, what do you have? We have not seen very many, but then we tend to operate at much larger transactions, matching larger buyers and sellers.
One follow-up question for the panel. As brokers, do you folks occasionally find yourself on both the buyer and the seller's side?
We don't. We only represent, we disclose and we only represent one side of the transaction, and that's sellers.
Sandra, same?
I would agree, yeah.
Jack?
You can't eat both ends of the hot dog.
Yeah, I would agree. We do represent buyers from time to time, but if we represent the buyer, we represent the buyer.
Okay.
Same.
Same. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, that's kind of, that's a good lesson learned, though. I would say this, right? When you are engaging a broker, intermediary, whether you're the buyer or seller, make sure that there's full disclosure on how the money is flowing, because sometimes it's not there. So make sure you have full disclosure on how all the money is, the price that you are as a buyer paying and the price that the seller is getting. Ought to be some clear knowledge on those two sides of the equation.
Okay, rear microphone, question.
Lee Howard. David, you get a question. You had said that, given the example of a transaction where there were 2 individuals from an organization, both representing that they were the authorized seller of that address block, how did you resolve the dispute? And then, follow-up question for the entire panel. There's a lot of address space where the authorized holder is no longer in existence or defunct or unreachable or whatnot. And do you have recommendations for how we can go, what we, ARIN, can do to make that address space available to the market?
David first.
I'm not going to answer your question directly. I'll answer it indirectly. Do nothing until there's resolution.
Makes sense.
Do not sign a contract, possibly don't even negotiate, until it is very clear who has the authority in the organization as given by the officers of the organization, who has the authority, and then proceed.
You make it their problem to figure it out.
It's definitely their problem. There are so many sellers in the market, you don't have to deal with that. Don't take that risk.
Okay, and now the panel on, are you dealing with someone who actually is the right party for the address block? How do you know when you're selling?
You must have a power of attorney, a proof of that the person you're talking to has the legal authority to actually represent that company.
Well, I guess to go to Lee's question, even if you know you're dealing with the person whose name matches, how do you know they're the party that actually is the legal successor of the block being sold?
And what do we do about the space where we can't
Well,
identify that change?
You know who's the best at determining that? ARIN. And ultimately, there have been a couple of cases where we've ended up working with ARIN, because if ARIN agrees, then we know we have a transfer that's going to happen, and it's going to transfer the rights, title, and interest. But early in the process, when they come to you and say, we want to sell, and we're getting better at this as time goes on, because you learn to recognize the red flags. There are things like we had this is a ripe example, but we had an example in ripe region where it was an employee who was on the ripe database, and he was trying to transfer the IPs, and he owned the bank account, and he also was signing the APA.
You too?
And in this situation, red flags were going up everywhere. So we asked him for an affidavit from the officers of the company, and he couldn't produce it. So, I mean, there are just certain things you look for where if it doesn't smell right, don't do it.
I am closing the microphone queues, so if you have a question, get up there quickly.
One quick
Keep going,
comment.
Jack.
One quick comment. We have before we take in a seller, we have a pretty thorough due diligence process. We use that primarily as a vehicle to say, well, we have to get the marketability of your address space clear so we know how to go off and actually market it. But really a good function of that is to kind of dig into, find out whether there's some chain of title problems. And we typically will look at M&A documents, we'll look at asset sale documents to try to figure out if there's a clean chain from who is presenting themselves as the representative seller, if it doesn't match the registration record, and if it doesn't work out for us, if we're not fairly comfortable that we can present a transaction to a buyer and then present a transaction to ARIN that will close, we don't represent them. We'll tell them to go, we may give them some direction, here's how you need to go get this fixed, and you can know some good people to hire to help get that fixed. But there is a lot of sort of reclaiming through not necessarily above board means to get value out of an IP address space that's laying fallow to defunct companies. That does happen a lot. Right. I get a lot of potential sellers coming to me. We've turned away quite a few.
Yep. Elvis, do you want to comment? Sorry.
Let's talk to comment first. And then.
We do the same diligence, but my advice to you if you're taking a transfer is you should also do your homework and make sure your team checks it out as well. Mm-hmm. We extensively, before we take anything on, make sure that, at least to our satisfaction, they are they have rights to the addresses, but you should do your homework as well.
I've closed the queues. Go ahead, Elvis.
I see two sides of this answer. The first one is when IP addresses have been allocated by ARIN or the RIR, then the legitimacy of the company claiming to want to transfer the IP addresses is kind of by default given by ARIN or by the RIR. When we're talking about legacy space, then indeed there's another story. We've also seen what Sandra said, a couple of employees of large companies in the Ripe region trying to basically transfer the IP addresses. They had all the authority to do so with the RIR. They had the authority from the company, but they did not actually had the
corporate authority.
corporate authority. So we do see those attempts as well. It's just once you see one of those, you just walk away and just tell that guy to bring the corporate authority, and then you can start talking to him.
Final few questions. So, Milton.
Yeah, in the RIPE region, you saw no market at all until run out. In the APNIC region, you saw the free pool drained and then the market start. In North America, it's strangely different. We had a fairly robust market developing over the last 2-3 years, and you still have a free pool. I wonder how you all explain that and what implications you think it has for ARIN policymakers.
Anyone want to comment on the panel?
I would think that America basically is a country where you have so many types of contracts, futures I've just heard of the past few days. We haven't actually done or heard of futures contracts in the RIPE region. And that's maybe just because in the RIPE region, the transfer policy is so simple that you can actually transfer immediately all you need, so you don't have to work on a few years installments. But I think that the transfer policy in ARIN is working just because going to the transfer market is easier than going to ARIN. Going to ARIN, you have to go every 3 months. Going to the transfer market, you'll do it once every year or once every 2 years.
I also think it's partly just price, right? Right now, in the ARIN region, because of the free supply is still available, the per IP address price is low. So a lot of savvy buyers are looking at this as it's an opportunity to pick up IP addresses when the market prices are low. Once there is run out, presumptively, and then there's sort of joining, linking of multiple markets, there ought to be some upward pressure on prices in the ARIN region. So I think a lot of the activity right now is partly due to the fact you can get 24 months instead of 3, but most of it is driven by the fact there's a perception that there's a good deal to be had at the moment.
Excellent. Okay, Senator, microphone.
Ken West, Sprint. There's been a lot of talk about price transparency and not so much talk about time. And I would just like to add that knowing how long these transfers take, and I realize is highly variable, would also help for internal planning and forecasting. Is there any comment, like, I understand this highly variable, but.
Let me ask a question of the panel. I'll generalize this. ARIN, right now, we report on transfers, and by the way, we do the minimal reporting on transfers. You actually have to go to the log to go find what Mark wants, who it went to, who it came from. All we put is an address block up there. We could do more complete. We could do that for you, as other people do. But my question is, what about the data that no one has? How long did it take? What was the price involved? Should we be asking that of transfer parties voluntarily? Should it be required by policy? Do you want some real transparency here from the RIRs? Comments?
Okay, I represent a buyer. I have transactions in both the small end of the market and the large end. The small end for one-offs in their own ASs, and the large end for the main network. Never had a transaction take more than 2 months, 2.5 months. The longest transaction was because the seller was represented by very capable counsel, and I brought to the table capable counsel, and which was good for both parties. That took longer. I've completed a transaction in 5 days of a /8. 5 days. To John's question, IP addresses are an asset. I think you've heard that from everyone on this stage, from the people actually performing in the market today.
ARIN agrees they're an asset.
It is an asset. When I buy servers from HP, I'm not telling Dell what I paid for HP because I'm trying to screw Dell out of smaller prices. So that's not going to work. ARIN can't.
Is that corporate policy?
Yes, for us it is, right. ARIN can't ask, and buyers and sellers aren't going to tell, because in a post-exhaustion world, it's dog eat dog. I'm sorry, it's a market, and it's subject to the market.
Do any of the brokers want to respond?
I don't disagree, and although our auction platform gives you at least some sampling that you can look at, we can't force companies to disclose what they don't want to disclose with something like this. It's not, it's not like, I guess, transactions that are subject to taxes and the like that need that otherwise.
Can you comment briefly on the range of time? That was what the question was, is for transactions you've had on your platform.
We've, again, have your ducks in a row. We've closed transactions in a week. And we've had a transaction that's taken a year. And, and maybe it was because there was a court proceeding behind it as well, and some other situations. And then also just because maybe the buyer doesn't have his ducks in a row and didn't get pre-approval, obviously, and was not ready to go through the approval process in the right way.
Sandra, the transaction times and more transparency in reporting?
So transaction times, I concur with what we've heard. They can be a week, they can be 2 months, they can be 6 months. More transparency, I think the issue is always with how much, as David said, how much the buyer and seller want to disclose. And as a broker, I don't think we particularly have any impediments to wanting to disclose more, but it always comes down to what the client wants, and they never want more disclosure. So what we like to do is to anonymously, if I can use that word, give as much information as we can without, violating our NDAs, and that's what we try to do.
Mark or Elvis, either you want to comment?
So I absolutely do not want ARIN asking price. To be direct, right, it is to our advantage not to have that price transparency out there. But it is also not necessarily good, efficient behavior for market activity. I do think at some point in time, it'll be less of a market where people are gaming price as a vehicle to get advantage, and there'll be a spot price which you can go and you can buy it at. I do think we will get there at some point in time if policy liberalizes us to allow it to minimize the transactional frictions and reduce the transactional load. You can kind of get to that more quickly. But really, it's not to our advantage to have that pricing transparency, and most of our clients don't want it. But I do think it ought to happen eventually, just to make this happen in a more efficient and fluid way.
Elvis?
Right. So I've actually done a transaction in 24 hours. That was the shortest one. I called the customer. The buyer really needed it immediately. I called them. I discussed with them over the phone and over Skype the transaction details. I explained the process. I explained the whole thing, the contract, and they were ready. They signed it in 24 hours. We sent it to the RIR, and it took another 24 hours for it to be completed. So it can be very short. On the other hand, we've done transactions that have lasted 8 months. And basically what happens in those cases is that you're talking to a large corporation. You're going to a department from the large corporation, and you're discussing the contract, the legal aspects of the contract. And then you're moving towards accounting, and then you're moving towards purchasing. And then you realize that at some point it goes back to legal saying, oh, wait a second, we actually don't want you to be the escrow agent. We'd like a bank to be the escrow agent. So then you start again the whole process of rediscussing the whole contract, of redoing of getting a bank into it, of discussing the escrow agreement with the bank, which is not very flexible, and et cetera, et cetera. So then those things can take a long time.
In terms of transparency, are you for
Transparency,
transparency?
as everyone has said, it's very difficult when the buyers or the sellers require an NDA. Once that's signed, you can't actually say this has been sold for that to this party. However, we could, and I will do my best so that we can actually run some aggregate statistics on our website saying average price noticed.
Right. I think that would be helpful, people have indicated. Final question, David Farmer, go ahead.
Yeah, David Farmer, University of Minnesota, ARIN AC. I want to re-ask a question that Lee asked that didn't get an answer. He asked, is there any suggestions on how we deal with the assets out there that have no buddy to speak for them? In other words, there is no valid entity out there any longer. How are we going to deal with that? That's a policy issue that we have to deal with. There's stuff out there that can't, under current practices, be transferred.
Let me ask, because there's actually two categories.
Yeah.
There's one where an organization's disappeared 5 years ago, But if someone pulls the threads, they'll find the bankruptcy, the remnant sale, the asset purchase agreement to the other company. So there is a legal thread that someone can actually prove eventually. And then there's the one where there is no such trail. Are you asking about the latter?
I think I'm asking about the latter for the most part.
You're asking about what could be potentially completely abandoned resources. Panelists, completely abandoned resources, thoughts?
So that's not a question for us as a panel, in my opinion. That's a very important question that I think is becoming more and more germane for our community. I think for years we have been, not afraid, but we've been unwilling to go there because the cost to ARIN is tremendous, to make due diligence to make sure, no, these really are dead. These really are zombies. And the results are not worth it. It's a small amount of space. I think we used to bandy about, it was 3 months worth of space that we thought was abandoned out there. So now, is it worth it? Well, I don't know. We need to discuss that as a community.
Okay. I will note, by the way, that there are people doing the service of cleaning up those address blocks as they attempt to assert they're the successor, attempt to transfer them, and then they get disproven. And then ARIN looks and goes, oh, well, all the work was done to show you weren't. Thank you. And that does show up in the free pool now and then.
It would be nice if there was a legitimate way to do that.
Thank you. So we've had a good panel. I want to let each panelist give 30-second closing remarks, and then we'll get you folks off to lunch. So, Sandra.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate this morning, and enjoy your lunch.
It's an immature market. There are way more sellers today than there are buyers, and so prices are artificially constrained, which is great for buyers and bad for sellers, but whatever. Things are going to change. We're just sharing with you where it's at today.
You guys are here making policy, and hats off to the process. It's been fascinating to watch. I've made a conscious effort to not put my opinion on policy out into the public because it's clearly, obviously slanted, but a lot of the considerations that we put in to whether a clear market is a free market is better for everyone, you got to balance that with the other needs of the community as well. So make sure you think of everything when you're making those decisions.
Elvis?
So I'm an ex-RIR employee, and the thing that I'm noticing these days is the thing that frightens me the most, and that is RIR competition. I don't think we want to get to a point where RIRs compete to each other. That's one thing. The second thing is inter-RIR transfers will happen. RIPE has a policy proposal, a policy that has been approved, policy proposal that has been approved, which will be implemented within the next 3 to 4 months. I think just August they were saying something. And transfers from and to ARIN will happen. I think more from ARIN, but transfers will happen because the policy proposal is compatible. We've discussed about the prices, and I said I've seen prices going somewhere around $10 to $12. Of course, my experience is in the RIPE region. We don't actually have much experience in the ARIN region. And what I think will happen is once the ARIN pool will deplete, because it will deplete before August, I think, and once the inter-RIR transfer policy will will be implemented, so it will be functional, we will see an increase of prices in the ARIN region, from the $5 per IP that everyone is seeing to somewhere closer to the $10 per IP that we see in RIPE. We've done a lot of co-brokerage deals. We've done with a few of these co-brokers here. We're friends. So don't look at us as very competitive. We, of course, do like to be competitive, but we are all friends here as well. And I think the last thing that I should mention is that I do believe we should, in ARIN, try to remove the barriers. Okay, let's not do it as RIPE did, take everything away. Let's try doing it step by step. There was a discussion about the size. Well, a /24 will not make any difference. A /20 might. Removing needs-based for a /20 might actually make a difference. And going up to a /16 is what I think we should do, actually.
Okay, excellent. And Mark?
Well, first,
final comments?
as a trained lawyer, I will never shy away from giving my opinion, even when not asked. So if you have a question, you want me to give my opinion, I'd be happy to give it to you. And I'll start out by saying that I do think eliminating needs justification will solve a lot of particular problems. It'll reduce, in my view, what seems to be a motivation by a lot of participants in the market to find ways not to have the registry accurately reflect who is currently using those IP addresses and who controls them. So I think eliminating that is probably going to be the biggest thing to make this market mature more effectively for those who want to participate properly, and then focus the policy on authenticating the participants and not second-guessing the transaction sizes that they're engaging in. Internally, companies who are buyers, I have found the biggest limiting factor is justifying forward-looking projections on their needs and then getting funding internally to support that justification. That is a definitive limiting factor, capital, right? Capital and engineering expertise and forecasts. So let those companies make those choices independently and focusing on authenticating those participants and then chasing out the edge cases when you need to at an appropriate time. You, David.
Thank you. Thank you to all the panelists and David for his idea of this panel. Thank you, everyone. Okay, real quick closing announcements, or not closing announcements. Wow, that was quick. Real quick break announcements. We have AC lunch tables out there. When you go out, if you find a topic you want to talk about, find the appropriate table. Remember, we're on the social networking. If you take pictures, post them. There's an ARIN hashtag. And please take your valuables with you. We are going to resume at 1:30. We let them go late, but we're not changing lunch. 1:30 back in here. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, it is.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm John Curran, President and CEO of ARIN. We're at our ARIN 35 in San Francisco. I'd like to get everyone excited because we have one more policy to go through. So I want to start right in. We're going to do that, and then we're going to handle a presentation about a new directory protocol. Sort of, we've talked about the fact that WHOIS is kind of long in the tooth. It's time to look at something else. We'll hear the global reports from the other RIRs and from the IANA, and then we'll have open mic. And so with that, let me get started. Draft policy ARIN 2014-14 needs attestation for some for transfers. And actually, we have just the AC presentation. So come on up, John.
Thank you, everybody. Welcome. We are here today to look at the first reincarnation of 14-4. How did we get here? Well, along around the first part of this year, I was busy getting ready to go to work, starting to think about moving 14-4 to recommended draft policy based on the idea that some of the objections could be addressed by logically pointing out their failings. We also have a policy development process section stating that any specific concerns expressed by a significant portion of the community must be explicitly noticed and addressed in the assessment of the policy's change. The reason for this, we don't have to have policy be unanimous, and as long as we can show that that objections to a policy have been addressed, then we can move past them. However, the earlier wording of the policy was overtaken by events. The way that it was worded was that at that time, ARIN had given some indications that, and members of the community, that transfers were taking too long. The author of the original wording of the policy then jumped on that and said, well, we can affect how long processes take by eliminating the needs evaluation in a transfer, and so let's do that. Well, as it turns out, most of the work on transfers is not due to assessing the needs basis. It's almost, well, a very great proportion of it is taken up doing what was referred to in our panel today as establishing chain of custody and who has the rights to what. So late in the day, the actual policy problem statement was revealed to be inadequate. However, we were reluctant to abandon it because it did have a fair amount of support, even with its warts. And over time, as people who pay attention to these matters probably notice, things like this keep coming up. So we didn't just want to abandon it on a technicality again, so we rewrote it. The actual text is in your guides and online, but here are kind of the high points. There are organizations and individuals in the community that feel that the cost of performing a needs assessment and auditing of this information versus the public benefit of restricting allocations to specifically qualified organizations might be out of alignment. Current needs testing requirements might be more than is necessary and desirable for small transfers, at least because the subject keeps coming up. It's a fit subject for conversation. This rewrite of this policy seeks to reduce the complexity of transfers by, it says removing, but reducing the utilization needs testing requirement and replacing it with a needs attestation by a corporate officer. This draft also adds ancillary requirements to recognize and deal with the community's concern that this type of policy could be prey to hoarding and speculation. And there's a sense that this is a bit of an experiment. So in traditional scientific process, you make a hypothesis. Perhaps we can liberalize needs testing for transfer policies, and then we do an experiment. There was concern among some members of the community that that was too much of an open-ended thing by its nature. So we've built in a numerical sunset situation into the wording of this particular policy. We considered a time-based sunset, but elected to go with a numerical one. Reorganizes the existing text and then creates a new class of transfers which are permitted via an attestation. So the policy affects two segments of the NRPM, 8.3 and 8.4, ARIN transfers and inter-RIR transfers. And the wording between them is substantially the same. And it is these 4 points. An organization that wishes to transfer a /20, its parents or subsidiaries must not have received an IP4 address resource via transfer within the last year. An officer of the organization must attest that the address block is needed for and will be used on an operational network. It's been pointed out that some organizations are big enough that not all actual officers of the company have the authority to make these type of attestations, so that might be an area for future attention. The maximum transfer size is to be a 20, and that we will stop after 5,000 of them have taken place. So we posted up this new policy to the list. Very little discussion has occurred. There is no particular that shows. Draft policy is in the process is I need 3 things. I need to either believe or assert or convince the aid of the advisory council that it enables fair and impartial number administration, be technically sound, and have support in the community. I think I can probably do the first 2, and it's up to you whether or not I can do the third. So we're going to open it up to questions, and these are the specific questions that will be useful to us. Other than, do you support it, do you oppose it? And we'll take a show of hands at the end. But do you think the current problem statement is valid and that the community needs to solve it? Does this policy fix the problem as illustrated in the problem statement in a method that you support? And if you don't support this policy but believe the problem statement is valid and should be fixed, give me an example. Whoops.
All right, so this, of course, being a draft policy, would look for people to approach the mic to potentially address the questions which John's proposed, or give your feedback on if you think this is a problem that the AC should be working on. I encourage you to move to a mic at a reasonable pace, or at least make some movement so that we know.
No elbowing, no
No
pushing.
elbowing, please. Be courteous. Move. I was going to say, is anyone typing on remote, Kathy?
If anyone would like to speak in favor or opposed, either side, come to mic.
Well, Kevin Bloomberg is asked to start us off, so go ahead, Kevin.
Kevin Bloomberg, The Wire, ARIN AC. I'm actually looking for a little bit of a clarification. For 8.4 transfers, this would only apply to inbound recipients, correct? It would not apply to outbound, because in an 8.4 transfer, it's supposed to be the other RIR's policies?
John? Or John?
So, is this, I have to look at the exact test. If it's for needs assessment, we do not do needs assessment, thank you, on an inward transfer. So,
On outward transfer.
I mean, on an outward transfer, we do not do needs assessment, so it would not be applicable at all.
Thank you. So just a point then, you might want to clarify the 8.4 to have that a little less ambiguous. The second question, which was also related to all of that, is in 8.4 transfers, there is text surrounding compatible needs-based. Would this policy create an issue with inter-RIR transfers if it was passed as written?
Not to my knowledge, no.
The front microphone.
Doesn't need to be perfect. This is an experiment. It's an important experiment that we need to move forward on. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, John. Rear microphone.
Mike Joseph Google. I oppose this policy in all its incarnations.
Forms and otherwise.
Yes. To answer the implicit questions that were raised, I don't believe this enables fair number policy. This enables a carve-out for the first 5,000 applicants to receive one of these special so-called attested needs, or we'll call them no-doc transfers, stated need transfers. We can learn a lot from the mortgage industry on this one. And I think if taken to its logical extension, where we remove that limit, what we would end up with are, tens of thousands, many more than that, organizations, largely Insights, obtaining PI space through this type of policy backdoor that would otherwise not qualify for a PI assignment or allocation on their own. We spent quite a while yesterday discussing the 2015-1 IPv6 PI expansion. And even in V6, we recognize that one of the core principles for ARIN is the policy of sound aggregation. And this type of policy runs firmly against that. It would allow anyone to just go online and have a buy it now button. And if you have $2,500 on your credit card, congratulations, you have a /24, no questions asked. Go ahead and route to your heart's content. And that's not consistent with a good portion of ARIN's mission. Aspects of it.
Thank you.
Opposed.
Actually, just because I'm sure because the 5,000 number was just maybe the rationale, because I know it's not in the rationale, so I don't know if it was discussed elsewhere why that clause was put in, and since it's a little more unusual. You can just go with this mic right there.
So the number discussed was originally higher. We were thinking 10,000, but discussed it a bit, eventually came to 5,000. If anybody wants an idea of how it's a little more, if unaggregated, or if they were all at 20s, it would result in about an 8 addition to the routing table.
Okay. Thank you.
But to be clear, it could be 24s. It could be 5,024s.
Between that and, yes, it could all be 100% deaggregated, in which case it would be 4/8s.
Okay. Thank you, Mike. David, you're next.
David, sorry, David, you've been Microsoft. Mike, there are almost 600,000 entries in the DFZ today in the V4 table. We can certainly add 10,000 Insights, and they can each get a 24 because they need one. They need addresses, rather than being stuck getting them from, say, their ISP. And it has no meaningful effect on aggregation or routing. We are long past the point where address policy can negatively impact the routing table in V4.
You'll have your time.
Strongly in support of this policy. ARIN policy has for decades now been unfair to smaller networks, making them captive to large providers or to ISPs in general, and having to use PA space instead of PI space. Needs-based assessments are not appropriate for small transfers. We need to level the playing field so that the ISPs are not so much in control and more adopt the right model of initial allocations, which is everyone plays on the same playing field. Everyone can start with a 24 or a 22 or a 20. I'm even in support of going up to a 16, but I realize that's not a non-starter. So strongly in support. Let's make the internet actually work for most of the users, not just the large ISPs.
Thank you for that. Rear microphone, please.
Lee Howard. I oppose this draft policy and the horse it rode in on. I don't understand David's point about small I don't see it, I guess. I need more words. And the other, David, you said, Farmer, you said that this is really important, but I probably need more words to understand why this is important and necessary. See panel earlier.
Oh, let's not go there. Let's just talk in terms of, please, large ISPs, small ISPs, but let's keep names out of it, please.
I'm a bit, we have a transfer policy, and the rules, from what I understand, apply the same to large and small. So I guess I want to hear more about what the fairness need is that we're addressing. I haven't seen it yet.
But not in support, okay. Did we have a remote comment, just to check? Okay. Front microphone.
Owen DeLong, Akamai ARIN AC, speaking on my own behalf. I neither support nor oppose the policy. I'm pretty much neutral on this one. In its earlier incarnations, I strongly opposed it, but there have been enough safeguards added that I can accept the experiment if we decide that the community really wants to do it. However, I do have to agree with what most of the people opposing this policy have said. I think that the current policy is fair. I think the current policy is sound. I think that the C-panel earlier comment is jaded. I think that with one exception, everybody on that panel was a broker who stands to profit from reduced transaction friction and has a vested interest in increasing the number of transactions, whether it actually benefits the community or not. The one exception being a large end user who stands to benefit from not having to justify their needs as much as they do now. But the reality is needs basis is a process and a concept that has served us well for many, many years in getting addresses into the hands of people who actually need them and preventing them from going into the hands of people who want to speculate and otherwise disadvantage the community by obtaining large positions and addresses with no tangible benefit to the community. So on that basis, I encourage people to evaluate the policy very, very carefully.
So Owen, on the last point, since technically neutral is not in support, is there something you think that should be fixed or rewrite that you can suggest?
No, I think this is as good as a policy conducting such an experiment can probably get. But again, I'm not able to stand behind it as is or in any other form because I don't believe that it's a necessary or useful experiment to conduct, and I don't believe we should be chipping away at needs basis. I think needs basis serves us well.
Okay. So no to the first question, yes to the second question. Rear microphone, and then we'll go on stage.
Jason Schiller, Google. I oppose. This seems to me to be an end run around 4.3. We recently reduced the minimum assignment size to a /24 and made it much, much, much easier for end sites to get IP space. You need 64 hosts, including your network and broadcast and router, and I mean that's a fairly small end site to get their own /24, and it's as easy as having 64 hosts. If you think that this bar is too high, then let's address it here. Let's change what the requirements are for utilization. Let's take away the 25%. Let's take away the 50% in 1 year. With respect to the problem statement about it being too expensive to do transfers, that transfers are too costly, I think is what the problem statement said. The easy way to offset that is charge more for transfers. In fact, if you want to charge more for big transfers, I would even support that. being someone who's more likely to make a big transfer. But this fix doesn't seem to be the right fix.
Okay. Thank you. Just before Kevin goes, we're going to close the mics very, very shortly if we don't see someone making movement. Kevin.
So Kevin Bloomberg, I generally don't support this proposal, but it brings up a number of key issues, and I think Jason very aptly said, if this is trying to fix a problem, let's fix the problem, and rather than create a solution to fix a problem. What was brought up in another policy discussion was that end users used to be able to go to their upstream, say they were multi-homing with a host count of 1, and be able to get space from their upstream, and that doesn't apply anymore. If we did it this way, you would basically need a host count of 1 anyway, and you would get your space through the transfer market. So I think, Jason, there are some differences that we need to address and simplifications. And maybe the question for the community is, in the other communities, they seem to have locked onto a /22 as being the first initial small allocation. And if the community here feels a similar number is appropriate, then is a host count of 1 for an initial, which is still a need, considered acceptable to this community? Or is this community still looking to lock in where you have to have a certain number of IP numbers before you can come to ARIN?
Thank you. The microphones are now closing, and we will go to rear microphone for the last comment.
Mike Joseph, Google. So actually, directly to Kevin's point, I think, again, referring back to 2015-1, this community has said, even with respect to V6, which is far more abundant, we still think there's a minimum bar to ride for PI space. The community said so in the discussion on that policy. It was unambiguous. We debated whether 12 or 13 sites is the right number, but there's clearly a number. And for V4, it's obvious that there needs to be some number, because in V4, problems are actually in some ways worse. And more fundamentally, not just looking at deaggregation and table growth. This is a finite resource, and every bit that we let slip out of needs basis is space that can be used less efficiently across the board. The reason we in all RIRs have a needs basis, or not all RIRs now with Right, but they're fixing their problem. The reason that we have needs basis is because we believe as a community, as a global community, that the finite IPv4 space should be used to some minimum level of efficiency across the board. Now, we can't do, there's always going to be exceptions. There's nothing we can do about legacy resource holders that are not efficiently utilizing their blocks. But there is something we can do about blocks that are passing through ARIN today. And what we can do is make sure that everyone who's using that space is using it to some minimum efficiency. That has a general global interest. There's a community interest in that, a public interest in that, beyond simply the organization's local interest. So to simply say that just because an organization has $2,500, they should be able to get a 24 and use it to however they want or how little they want, that runs completely contrary to years and years of community-based policy for overall efficient utilization of the IP space. And
Thank you.
I continue to be opposed.
I suspected, but thank you for confirming. John Springer, do you have any final questions, comments?
Just the one. The number $2,500 has been mentioned a couple of times. That doesn't really have any place in this discussion. The smallest allocation contemplated here is a /20, which has 4,096 address. At $10 an address, that's $40,000. It doesn't turn into $2,500 even if you deaggregate it.
Mike, did you want to?
Well, I did want to respond to that one.
Okay.
It's my understanding that it is up to a /20. In fact, it says the maximum transfer size is a /20. It doesn't specify that it's the minimum transfer size. So this policy would allow the transfer of a /24, correct? No.
That's
unintended. I'll direct that to staff. Or if you want
to just give John a second to.
John, if you want to comment on that, or if either John wants to comment on that.
Well, I'd like to hear John Kern's view. rebuttal or point of order, or? No, we have,
I want to know its intent.
Well, I'm the author of the rewrite, so.
Go ahead. What's your intent?
Andrew Dull, author of the rewrite. The intent was this would allow /24s to be transferred under this policy.
Okay, so that intent and that specific language was what I was referring to in those remarks.
Okay.
John, thanks.
Martin, the microphones are technically closed, but you have a quick rebuttal on this?
Oh, sure. Just to answer your questions, no, I don't believe the statement's valid. I think that we don't need to help brokers improve their own processes. They can go off and do that on their own. I don't think it fixes any problems. I agree with Mike with respect to his points and the validity of not examining needs and all the problems associated with that. And with respect to your point, John, about cost, it's negligible. It's actually not even part of the argument. When you look at the cost of IP addresses and you amortize them over some number of years and then you apply them back into products, they're extremely cheap. What's probably more important is what the market does with respect to cost, and that's not related to policy. The $2,500 transfer fee is a cash flow problem, not really an ARIN problem as well, and it too is minor in the grand scheme of things, but I'm opposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin, even though you snuck in there a bit. Okay, Dan, AC Chair, would you like a poll on this as it's only draft policy? Okay. The AC Chair has requested that we take a poll of the room and the remote asking whether or not the community feels we should continue to work on this proposal. So I'll first ask the remote to start voting. I'll then confirm the tabulators are in position. They appear. Yes, good thumbs up. So first, all those who are in favor of the advisory council continuing to work on this problem, please raise your hand high. Just as a reminder, if you can hear the sound of my voice, you are eligible to participate in this poll. There's one kind of indecisive back there. Okay. All right, keep them up, please, if you can. Until we asked. Okay, you can lower your hands. All those who are opposed to the advisory council continue to work on this, please raise your hand nice and high. Thank you. You can lower us. Okay, as we wait for the results, we could thank John Springer for coming up and presenting this. Any administrative you wanted to go over, John, while we await the envelope?
No.
No? Okay. Talk amongst yourself. Coming in perfectly on time, which is good.
Yep.
And we appreciate this, of course, ends the last policy of this meeting, so thank you all for your participation in this process. And the final result. On the matter of 2014-14 needs attestation for some IPv4 transfers, total in the room and remote, which, by the way, someone asked earlier, is the number I always quote, 105. In favor of continued work, 3. Against, 14. This information is being provided to the Advisory Council in real time for their consideration. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Don't fall off.
Okay, we are now going to move into some presentations, and the first one is we're going to talk about the future of registry protocols. We're going to have Andy Newton come up and talk about RDAP.
Good afternoon. My name is Andy Newton. I'm the chief engineer at ARIN, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about a protocol that's been working its way through the IETF called the Registry Data Access Protocol, which is why it's relevant here. That first word, registry, that's what ARIN is. So, a little background. There's this thing called Whois. I don't know how many people know about that. Runs over this port called Port 43, and it's very, 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 very old. All right. In fact, how many people know that Whois actually predates the DNS? Oh wow, I'm surprised. Every time I say that, most people are like, "What?" So anyway, the Whois actually the Whois protocol has a lot of problems. The first one being that it's very underspecified. Essentially, the standard says send text, control or line feed, and then something will happen you'll get some data back, and that's really all it says. So it's got a lot of problems. It's not very internationalizable. There's no security around it. There's no authentication. For context for why it's really the big problem for this group is that it is what you can say and what you get back are there's no standards for that whatsoever. So each registry, each RIR can do something differently, and in fact, that's how things have evolved. What happened here was about 5 or 6 years ago, actually more than that, some extremely smart people who are very forward-looking and happen to be RIR staff. Just happened to be, it was a coincidence. Started thinking about, hey, there's this whole programming paradigm on the internet called REST and RESTful Web Services. It's quite popular. A lot of the Google APIs use it. Most of the Yahoo APIs use it. It really is how a lot of the intercommunications goes at the applications level today. Almost everything on your smartphone, most of your apps that are network apps, there's a RESTful API behind there somewhere. So in 2009, ARIN prototyped a RESTful Whois service, and we put a pilot out. And immediately we got a lot of uptake. We noticed even in the pilot environment, there were people who were writing Flash applications against our RESTful web service and other AJAX applications. So it was kind of a, we thought we had a good thing going there. In July the next year, we went to full production with that. And coincidentally, but independently at the same time, the RIPE NCC also started working on a RESTful Whois service, which they announced in 2010, and I don't know the production date, but shortly thereafter they did go to production. So again, ARIN did this in 2009, and the RIPE NCC did it in 2010. I'm not going to say we beat them to it, but we beat them to it. So anyway, so how popular is this? So this is a chart of our queries per second across all our clusters. Or Whois clusters, and it goes back about 4 years. Somewhere in 2012, the number of queries over the RESTful system actually increased and surpassed what's going on port 43. So today, we have a much higher query, well, not much higher, we have a noticeably higher query rate against the RESTful web services serving Whois data versus the traditional port 43 services. And in fact, the port 43 queries are going down while the RESTful services, the RESTful queries are going up. So, kind of in the category of no good deed goes unpunished, the RIPE system and the ARIN systems, while we did deploy RESTful web services, they weren't compatible, they didn't look anything alike. And so they're really just two separate systems, just like we did with Whois over port 43. So anyway, ICANN staff actually, they were at about the same time looking for a way to solve some internationalization issues with Whois and DNS. And they asked, they came to us and said, hey, can you help us start a process in the IETF to standardize all this? And we thought, well, that's a good idea. We actually had an ACSP open, asking the RIRs to try to come up with a common way of serving Whois data. Very difficult problem, but that was a request of the community. So ICANN staff got involved, helped us get some domain registries and domain registrars into the picture, and an IETF 81, which I believe was in Montreal or something. Back in July 2011, we had our first, what they call a barb-off. And then finally, 10 IETFs later, or 11 IETFs later, at the speed of IETF paint drying, we got the RFCs published. So it would have been great if we had actually called this thing RESTful Whois, like in the standards. That would be, actually a clear name and describe what it does. But we decided to call it the Registration Data Access Protocol. It's a long, fancy name, but it really is a RESTful web service for Whois data. All the RIRs now have a pilot of some nature, and we all have the same query interface using this protocol. The other thing is that I mentioned that ICANN got involved. ICANN, they brought VeriSign and Affilius and a couple of other big domain registries along with them when they brought this to the IETF. And all those big domain registries are also piloting an RDAP service as well. So it's one protocol to serve all those needs. So we have 5 RFCs, which just got published last month. And actually, there's 6 RFCs, but 5 of them are actually about the protocol itself. And this happened in the IETF Weirds working group. So IETF has a lot of fun with names. So if you hear anyone talk about Weirds or the Weirds effort or whatever, what they're referencing is the RDAP protocol itself. It's a fairly straightforward protocol. It uses HTTP. It doesn't create a new URI scheme or anything like that. It's, like I said, it's RESTful. There's a standard query format for all the queries, and then the responses are standardized as JSON as they come back. The other thing that the IETF did was they standardized a bootstrapping process for RDAP, which is something that also does not exist for Whois. So how does that compare to Whois RWS, which is the ARIN proprietary RESTful service? So Whois RWS is, it's a bit bigger than RDAP. It's based in XML, although there are auto translations that the service will do to JSON and XHTML and plain text for you. RDAP is JSON only. It's a much simpler JSON, but it's JSON only. As far as complexity goes, Whois RWS has many more queries than you can do with RDAP. But that's because a lot of those queries are very specific to ARIN, and the other RIRs don't have those type of queries in their current Whois systems today. So RDAP is much more of a, finding all the common parts that all the RIRs support. But from a universality standpoint, like I said, Whois RWS is specific to ARIN, whereas RDAP is something that all the RIRs are going to support. So what does it look like? So here's some examples of a URL and for RDAP, and this is querying for an IP address 1.1.1.1. And you can see what it looks like for each of these 3 RIRs up here. So the first one's how you would ask APNIC for it. The second one's how you would ask RIPE for it. And because at ARIN we like to use the word RDAP in our URLs multiple times, you got ours. So the way that would work, so if you can actually put that into your browser if you want, and you will get a response. And no matter which URL you put in, you will get the same response. And that's because what's going on here is something the other RIRs are also attempting to do, is when you query one RIR, if it's a resource held by another RIR, there's an HTTP level redirect which says go to the appropriate RIR for this information. So if you put in 1.1.1.1 as an RDAP URL and you ask RIPE is going to turn around and issue a redirect saying go ask APNIC. They're the ones who are authoritative for that resource. And I did test this. This does work. RIPE does do that. So the response is going to look like this. It's JSON, not XML. All your techie friends will tell you it's better because it uses square brackets, not angle brackets. So now I don't know how many people can read that, but that's not human readable either. So that's one of the big differences between this and Whois. Whois is a text-based, plain text-based output. It doesn't really require much in the way of client support. But this is an example of a software program called NICinfo displaying the same thing. And what it's doing is it's taken that JSON data and then reformatted it into something that's a lot more readable. NICinfo is a command line client that we wrote. It's open source. It's sitting out on our projects.arin.net website. You can go download it, play with it all you want. We also are prototyping a completely pure JavaScript client. We've kind of got it in the proof of concept stage right now. But what this is this is a JavaScript client that will take all that JSON and make it look much prettier for you. It's going to be a pure JavaScript client. All the JavaScript will download into your browser, And subsequently, our hope is that once we get it past the prototype stage, we can actually just open source that JavaScript as well. So like I said, one of the things that the IETF standardized in RDAP is bootstrapping. Bootstrapping is essentially, being able to allow a client to figure out where they're supposed to go to ask for the information without having to bounce redirects off of servers all over the place. The way that works is the IANA will be publishing a set of JSON files which the clients can download on a semi-regular basis and use that to jumpstart their query processes. Of course, the way it's going to work in the real world, so that's the RFC, and then there's the real world, right? Bootstrapping is actually a fairly technical process, and it's not something you want, especially a browser, a client-based browser is going to be able to do. So there are going to be these things called bootstrapping servers out there. The RFCs do allude to this. It's just not clearly stated. So the way it would work in the real world, if someone were to ask for 45.65.11, which is an APNIC resource, you would go to a bootstrapping server. The bootstrapping server said, that's 45/8. Go to ARIN, because ARIN has 45/8. And that's what IANA would publish. The ARIN server would turn around and say, no, that's in ERX space. I'm going to issue a HTTP redirect to APNIC to go to that specific resource. So that's how that's going to work. The other reason that bootstrapping, there are going to be these things called bootstrapping servers out there because, like I said, bootstrapping is a fairly technical process. There are other things you can do with bootstrapping too that make the client process or the user experience much better. Some of these things aren't standardized by the IETF, such as the specification doesn't clearly define how you're supposed to do reverse DNS, lookups for reverse DNS delegations. There is no standardization for entering name server queries, and well, there's a standardization for entering name server queries, but that's not part of the bootstrapping process. So if you ask a registry for a name server it doesn't know about, according to the RFCs, it can just answer with a 404. A bootstrapping server can actually be a little more intelligent about that and try to figure it out for you. The other thing is that the bootstrapping servers can, at least in the RIR space, figure out where the POCs and orgs are located and hopefully give you a decent redirect for that. That's not universally true for the domain name space, but in the RIRs, we all take our POCs and we append them, or we append them with an identifier marking the registry of record. One of the other things is that since this is a forum for policy, I have to mention this. This wasn't a main driving factor around RDAP, but because RDAP is built on top of HTTP, there are all these access mechanisms that HTTP has. The security document that came out of the IETF talks about this quite a bit. So there is we can now enable tiered access to whois information if we want to do that. And it's not just, while the simplest form of tiered access could be just passwords that we would give you or whatnot, there's also the concept of federated access, which is having a central location for access for whoever authorizes the information to be handed out. So that can have implications with policy, meaning that policy can now be geared toward tiers access if the community wants to do that. So what's the status? IANA is still working on the bootstrapping registry, although the files are actually out there, but they're just not populated yet. They're working really hard. It's going to be done soon. All 5 RIRs have an RDAP pilot. I believe, I don't want to speak for LACNIC, but theirs actually may be in production right now. If you go to their webpage, LACNIC's webpage, it doesn't say search whois anymore, it says search RDAP. So we have a pilot service, and we're hoping to go to production service in June. Here's our URLs. So the top 2 URLs, I don't know why one's blue and one's black. That's got no bearing on anything. But we have a pilot service, and although the production URLs aren't in service yet, that's what they will be when we're done. Again, going back to the software, if you go to projects.arin.net, NICinfo is an RDAP command line client that we wrote. It's completely open source. The Bootstrap server itself, we wrote a Bootstrap server for running our Bootstrap service. That too will be completely open source. And like I said, we're prototyping a pure JavaScript client as well. On top of that, ICANN has contracted with CNNIC to write open source clients and software as well. All right, that's it. Any questions?
Microphones are open.
Mike Joseph, Google. I have several questions. First, do you anticipate? Well, first off, it sounds like the RDAP protocol implementation at ARIN is less complete than Whois RWS. So is that assumption correct? And do you ever anticipate sunsetting Whois RWS in favor of RDAP?
So RDAP does not have this. It does not have the amount of queries and the amount of information you can get out of Whois RWS, because it is more of a, like I said, it tries to be the common platform that all the RARs support, and we would have spent a lot more time trying to get this standardized if we had thrown in everything. As far as sunsetting any services, I think that would be up to the community.
Well, I guess what I'm asking is, do you envision RDAP replacing Whois RWS for ARIN? And by you, if JC wants to answer that,
I'll take that. There's a whole bunch of RWS activities that can only be done that way. It's a protocol that enables transactions, whereas RDAP is more oriented as a replacement for Whois than a replacement for the transaction interface to ARIN.
Well, yeah, I wasn't referring to. ARIN offers two APIs at ARIN. So Whois RWS, and it offers the RWS registry. So I was referring to the Whois component.
I wouldn't envision sunsetting anything unless you folks asked.
Great. My second question is, there's been reference to RDAP for RWhois as an alternative to RWhois. And in fact, so my first part of that question is, do you have any plans to allow entities to utilize RDAP for RWhois? And secondly, along those lines, there's actually a pending ACSP 2013-22 to sunset RWhois, which I would have significant concerns about in favor of RDAP. So your presentation concerned RDAP for Whois, but what are your thoughts on RDAP for RWhois?
My question is, what do you wish us to do there?
I would like to see RWhois not go away for quite a while, because I think it would be a fairly complex transition for many entities.
Okay, that's good to know.
But there's a pending suggestion to eliminate it.
Right. And have you commented on the suggestion?
Well, it was from 2013, so.
What? It was from 2013? Yeah, you can still comment. Feel free.
Thanks. But I would like to understand, at least, is RDAP intended to be offered as an option for entities?
Is RDAP intended to be offered as an option, as an alternative to our Whois?
That was the question I
Right.
most recently asked.
Right. Do you desire that?
I have no particular feeling. I'm simply asking if that's what's intended.
We're here to get feedback from the community. We don't know.
And then finally, where would you like us to comment on this?
You can send it to the ARIN Consult mailing list and comment on the ACSP if you wish.
I think that's only valid when the ACSP is open, correct?
It's a mailing list. I promise you it'll take your mail.
All right. Thanks, John.
Yes, Owen.
Owen DeLong, ARIN AC. Along the lines of what Mike was talking about, I believe that RWhois is codified in some portions of the NRPM, so it probably shouldn't go away. Would it be possible to add RDAP as an alternative for providers to use without modifying the NRPM accordingly?
So the NRPM ideally would reference directory protocols so that you're not stuck in a particular implementation of a particular protocol, but could just have directory and we'd have a list of approved ones. That would be ideal. There is a group called the ARIN AC that knows how to change the NRPM to do that, and I would find one of them.
Yeah, I don't have a problem finding one of them. I'm looking for clarification on to what extent the need exists for doing so.
So we actually sit up here talking about ideas and then ask you for suggestions about what you want. So what's your suggestion?
I guess we have policy proposals to write.
Could you, this is David Conrad, ICANN. Could you go back to the graphs of the performance query rates thing?
It's there somewhere.
There
Here
you
we
go, yeah. So I think you said that was queries per second. I suspect that was incorrect.
You are probably correct about that, yes.
The real
total
question.
queries, yes.
So presumably, I'm guessing here that you're seeing a large number of queries from a small number of sources. Can you sort of give ballpark figures on the number of sources that you're seeing queries from?
Okay, so, well, Mark's standing up, so I'll let him answer.
God, y'all are tall or something. So, Mark Oster, CTO of ARIN. We have actually not done analysis yet on some of this data. So we like to do that at some point in the future. But one of the things that we have seen that Andy sort of alluded to is people are writing applications against these things. And that we have seen lots and lots of examples of, which is actually awesome. So, whereas Whois, you can't do it at all, unless you write a scraper.
And I guess the real question I'm curious about is sort of the load implications that you've seen. I'd heard rumors a while ago that your Whois server was sort of creaking under the load of queries. I was wondering, with the increase in the queries against your RDAP server, are you seeing a reduction in load, or are you seeing things about the same or an increased load?
So our implementation for Whois and RDAP and Whois RWS, it's the same software. It's the same servers. There's clustered servers, but it's the same software. The Whois, the way it is implemented is there's an engine which both RDAP and Whois RWS are directly implemented in, and then there's kind of a proxy that the Whois port 43 stuff uses. It is, so the port 43 processes, it's a little slower because there's more to process to get that information the way it works. We actually are thinking about improving the performance there, and we have some plans in the work for that. That's how it's implemented. For one of the things that we do see with Whois in port 43 is the way, so there's no bootstrapping in Whois today. And what a lot of the clients do, they will query ARIN first, trying to figure out where a resource is, even though it's clearly something that has forever been in ripe space or wherever else, right? So we get a lot of queries for the other RIRs today. Hopefully with the bootstrapping process, that will be offloaded from us.
Right, that shifted to ICANN. Thank you. Very
Yeah,
much.
well,
I appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Naila Saras with ICANN. Could you go back to the slide that talked about IANA's preparation for the RDAP bootstrap? You said something about soonish on that slide.
Well, yeah, soonish is kind of a...
yeah, soonish is... so just
it's a nebulous term.
Clarification. So at least with regards to the RIRs, we have set up the JSON registries, and we started talking yesterday with the RIRs. We are ready to start taking the production URLs and list them in the relevant registries that are talked about in the RFC. So at least with regard to the IRs, we're prepared, and we're starting to talk to the RIRs about what to put in those registries.
So soonish is real soon.
Soon is now.
Now.
Excellent to hear. Thank you. Any other questions for Andy? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're now going to start on the global reports. First up is Axel, who will give the report from RIPE.
Selbstverständlich, Herr Direktor. So, okay, the update from the RIPE NCC. My name is Axel Pavlik. I'm the Managing Director of the RIPE NCC. We sit in Amsterdam, as you probably know. There is quite a lot of things going on, lots of excitement, internally, externally, buzzing around the world and talking to lots of people about the good things that we are doing and we want to keep doing. I'll go through some of that. Our membership is scarily growing. We have, as of probably yesterday or so, 11,584. Click, click, click. There are more coming. You can see the upturn there towards the end. It's a little bit scary. We have to try to keep our income sort of in check as we are making our doing our proposals for charging schemes. So we want to be conservative and responsible. We don't want to go too far down. On the other hand, those guys keep coming. So what do? Spend money carefully. So we are, as you know, we have been expanding into the regions. For a couple of years, we've been doing sort of regional meetings in the Middle East, in the Russian region. We have heard that this is all very good, and people love hearing from us and seeing us occasionally, but they really want to see us more permanently. So we said, okay, then we can do that. We have opened an office in Dubai with a couple of people there. We have opened an office in Moscow with a couple of people there, all speaking the local languages, of course, and also giving us some insight into what's going on regionally. So that's very good. And they run lots of smaller events with our members there, just to show that we're there and that we care. Regional members, yep, that's it. Communities and governments, yes, we do the big regional meetings, but we've also now started to do a series of events in Southeastern Europe. But beyond that, even we do something that maybe ARIN does in the form of ARIN on the road, I think. That's something where we go into one country, one city, meet a couple of members there, sort of a room full. They are all very happy to see us. We are all happy to see them. Then we go home and say, oh, what do we do now? So we are currently thinking about a structured way of follow-up what we have been hearing there. But there's lots of places that we have been going last year. Bulgaria, Kazakhstan, Azerbaijan, Iran was very interesting too. This year, next week, we're going to Serbia. Georgia, Armenia, and others are also planned. This is a great thing. Takes a lot of traveling around, but it's worth it. IPv4 address, yeah, we have some left if you need some. What we do see is that we get lots of new members, and they all get their /22, and occasionally they rather quickly merge and then have a little bit more than one /22. It's all according to the policy. We are aware of that. We are informing our community about that. So, that's how it is. Transfers are increasing. We had not quite 1,000 last year. This year isn't over yet. I think we are sort of just over a third of it, or not even a third of it, 890 already, 82. So it's quite dramatic. We have been told to loosen up a little bit, since we're running out anyway, and we shouldn't be too bureaucratic anymore, and that's what we have been doing, policy-wise. As you've seen yesterday, quite a lot of our membership has IPv6 address space. Not all of them are using it, but it's there. We do lots of fairly technical, fairly hands-on IPv6 training courses throughout our region. We do lots of road shows as well. For this year, we have 10 planned already. Training has been improved. We do webinars, and we have a person in-house that coordinates all our IPv6 efforts, Natalie. So, hijacks. Yes, IPv6... IPv4 resources, we have heard this morning, also do become more valuable. It's not unexpected. People want them, and they want them really, really hard, and they want to get them any way they can. So we've seen fairly sophisticated fakes of passports, identity papers, registrations, or company house registration type of thing. Websites, they look like the real thing, nearly. So we have to look at this more carefully, and we do. Last year we looked fairly in-depth into 233 resources or blocks and whatever requests. It's a bit of a difficult thing to be very, 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 very annoyingly diligent about this, or just also be efficient. So we're trying to find the right way there. We used to do audits. We don't do audits in that form anymore, but what we do now is we basically set up a batch of information on all the holdings of a given member and send it out. Say, this is what we have on you. Is this correct? If this is not correct, please inform us of any changes. And that has been now going on for quite a while. We were a little bit concerned that it might be seen as spamming them or being too intrusive, but no, they like that very much, and they thank us for doing this, because also, of course, it keeps registry up to date, and they need to, they can be less proactive than they had to be before. RPKI, about a fourth of our members have certificates now. You can see, what is it, rough 8/8s are covered by ROAS. That's quite nice. We continue working on it. Functionality has increased in that now. PI space and legacy space is included there as well. Software is being packaged nicely. You can look at it, and it's open source. And as we go on, we improve. Also resiliency things are looked at. Training is exceedingly popular. People want to see us face-to-face, and we want to see our members face-to-face too. But we have a really large service region. We have so many members, it's difficult. So we thought, instead of just sending them leaflets, we do something more interactive, what we call RIPE NCC Academy. Basically, it's an online course, one on the database so far. Again, very, very popular. People really like it. They get a certificate in the end. And of course, what we want to do is to increase the number of courses and the breadth of material there. Member consultation. Yes, we do regular surveys, big membership surveys. The last one we did in 2013. The next one we'll be doing next year. In between, we do see the need to check and also take this as an opportunity to go back to our members and say, did you see any progress? Did we do what we promised that we wanted to do? And we've done one of those set of smaller meetings face-to-face called member consultations, or previously known as focus groups, throughout our service region with external consultants, and they wrote the findings up. Where we have identified 48 of them. We are working on them. We published the report. The board has looked at it and commented on it. So basically, this is on the way to the next big survey already. Oh my God, yes, I looked at our website. It's all strange. It's new. We launched last Monday. There were always complaints, oh, we can't find anything. We have to use Google to find things. Well, that's what Google is for, right? On the other hand, it's a little bit embarrassing. So we looked at all sorts of structure, who is looking at them. We did some tests and with people who were interested in helping us. We launched last month, that's yesterday, I think. Yeah, there were some small blackouts there as well. But we are rolling out different parts of the website over the course of this week. Have a look, it looks different. All right. Lots of policy stuff. I won't talk about this. Einar talked about this earlier. The legacy resource holders now we have finally policy on that. That's a great change. INR stewardship, we had a whole session on that yesterday. It is exciting. We go forward. You too. Outreach, we continue, of course, like I said this morning in the NRO talk already, we continue with the Internet Governance Forum. That is important to all of us. But also what we do within the region is regular government roundtables for governments and regulators. Quite a number of them we used to have in Brussels because there are lots of governmental people there. For the EU at least, it's sometimes difficult to find the right date for them. So we'll have a short, smaller meeting over lunch with some of them at the next RIPE meeting as well. We do meetings with law enforcement. A couple of weeks ago, we were in London again. Finally, it's growing out a little bit from the UK and beyond the Americans, who also traditionally come into other regions as well. We had a fairly big group there from Southeast Asia. We try to be there with all of the RIRs as much as we can. I think it's a very valuable thing to do. It manages expectations from the police forces around the world. We explain how we deal with requests and the like. Yep, there will be a RIPE meeting. It'll be in Amsterdam. You heard about the city. It's very interesting. It's May. The sun will be blasting from the skies. There might be some rain. You're very welcome. There will be, socials and parties and dinners, as you know. So if you have any questions, how to get there and other things, I'm here. Andrea is here as well. Andrew is here as well. Just talk to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Axel? Nope. Thank you, Axel. Okay, next up, we will have the report from LACNIC. Giannina.
Good afternoon. My name is Janina. I'm from LACNIC, and I'm going to do the update report. Well, LACNIC is one of the world's 5 RIRs. We have a coverage area of 34 territories. We have two NIRs, near Brazil and Mexico. And both NIRs are members of LACNIC. We have over 4,300 members. We have 41 full-time staff from all over 9 countries. And since February 2015, we have our new CEO, who is Oscar Robles. Here we can see our membership growth. We have, since our beginning, that was in 2002, and we have now over 4,475 members. Most of them are ISPs, of category small micro. About the IPv4 exhaustion, we have 2 /11 IPv4 blocks reserved. One is for soft landing, and the other one is for new members only. We are now in phase 2, that it's the one for soft landing. We have now for both, we are assigning for ISP in general, we assign the maximum allocation is at /22, and in general for end users, we assign /24. Also, the resources allocated by IANA to LACNIC will only be allocated under the guidelines set forth on new members only, that is phase 3, that you will see in the next slide. These are the different phases that we are facing in the IPv4 exhaustion. Now we are in phase 2, in which organizations may request additional resources every 6 months. And this process will be implemented until the /11 reserve for gradual exhaustion is finally exhausted. You can see more detailed information in this link, which explains every phase and how does it work. You have there the information about the IPv4 free addresses we have now. You can see also it in our website, that it updates every day. This is the current state of this /11 block on phase 2, how it is it is divided. We have still a 47% available, and it was assigned 50% to internet providers and 3% to end users. Here we made a modeling exhaustion based on the data we have, and we can estimate that the estimated date of the IPv4 exhaustion will be in January 2016. These are the IPv4 and IPv6 allocations in the last 12 months. We can see here that we have similar quantity of IPv4 and IPv6 allocations. This is because in our region, when you ask for IPv4, you must also ask for IPv6. This is the explanation because why we have similar quantity. Here you can see some information about the IPv6 informations in the last years, in the last few years, and the percentage of our members who have IPv4 and IPv6 assigned. This is the IPv4 rate in the last month too. We can see the huge decrease in June 2014. This is because here's where we enter this phase. About our policy update, we have now recently implemented the proposal about modification to the text describing ASN distribution requirements, and we have two policies in. Actually, we have three policies proposals in discussion. We have just received one during these few days. About the one is update to the policy development process, and the other one is, well, you can see there it's a little bit large. And the other one, we have just entered discussion, the new proposal about inter-rear transfer. We have done some workshops in the last month. One is IPv4 workshop in Trinidad and Tobago. Another one is computer security workshop in Costa Rica. And the other one is our first IPv6 basic workshop on our online campus. Those are the links. Well, you are all welcome to our next event that will be in Lima, Peru. So thank you, and if you have any questions.
Any questions? No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Moving right along, we have the presentation from APNIC by Paul Wilson.
Good morning, everyone. I'm unusually jet-lagged this week, actually, so if this seems like a remote presentation, that's why. Okay, some updates from APNIC. Our vision is a global, open, stable and secure internet that serves the entire Asia-Pacific community. You may have heard that before. We developed it over the last couple of years. We're reporting these days according to three different activity groups. Firstly, serving our membership. Secondly, supporting internet development in the Asia-Pacific region. And thirdly, collaborating more widely in the work that we need to do. A few charts. IPv6 is looking fairly same-ish from month to month these days. So we're trying to spice it up a bit by giving more information about allocations versus assignments, the size of our allocations, and the method or the request type. We've got an easy one-click so-called request process for an initial minimum IPv6 delegation. So you see some extra interesting data there. Maybe more interesting is IPv4. We've got, we're in our last/8 policy at the moment. Of course, that's the rationed up to a /22 from the last. That's quite a large reservation. It's designed to last for quite a few years. It's being augmented by the return space received from IANA, and under a policy approved last year, there was, we now are able to make a second rationed allocation to members who've already received their last/8 allocation from that return pool while it lasts. So interestingly, when we had the first of the allocations, the subsequent allocations from the IANA last year, we had a pretty alarming spike in consumption, up to 800 of those delegations in a single month. Don't know why the last/8 allocations also increased at the same time, but somehow we did some publicity that hit the spot and people got to hear about it. We went pretty crazy for a few months there, and things have settled back down to about 300 allocations total per month, as you see there. IPv4 transfers, nothing like the level of activity that Axel mentioned at RIPE NCC. We're only doing 10 or 15 total transfers per month. And as you see there, about a third of those roughly would be inter-RIR transfers so far, all of them coming from ARIN. We've had one transfer in total go the other way to ARIN, I think.
Or no, in progress.
In progress still. Leslie's shaking her head. I thought we'd had one. If not, then all of it has come from the direction of this region to Asia Pacific. We've got a listing service which allows people who have received a pre-approval to be listed on our website. So roughly half of the pre-approvals are listed, and in terms of receiving a transfer, the list of pre-approvals that we've got is approximately 1/3 used, that is sort of actioned by way of an actual transfer. ASN assignments are never very active in our region, so again, spicing it up with a bit more information about what's going on. We are allocating mostly 4-byte ASNs, and we're also quite happily receiving very few sort of rejections or returns. We do allow someone who's received a 4-byte and then finds they can't use it to send it back, but it only happens in a few cases. Our membership is growing exponentially, and it's growing faster now because of the small enterprises and small networks that can't receive an upstream allocation anymore, so they come straight to us for the small allocations. Faster growth is happening within our NIRs though. So in the last year we had a pretty big spike of members within NIRs. We count unlike LACNIC, we count these separately, so you have to add these two charts together to see our total of about 8,500 organisations or ISPs that are served in the region. Okay, a few service developments. We've finally undertaken a distribution of WHOIS around 4 separate sites, which has improved response time and allowed us to offload attack traffic in a way that's quite well illustrated here, in that we had an attack just recently that as you see there, left the main servers, the original primary servers, almost untouched. Another nice one there, we were spiking up to 5,000 or 6,000 queries a second, which were all being sunk at our US servers instead of coming all the way to APNIC. We're redesigning and re-implementing gradually, according to the design, our sort of internal systems based on an architecture which is message bus based. I can't tell you too much about this. You'd have to consult with our engineers, but it's based on something called Apache ActiveMQ for inter-process communications, and that's a whole paradigm of design that allows better auditing and replay and backup and sort of faster development cycles across those systems. We finally finished virtualising 175 plus machines, all being managed under Puppet configuration management, and we're now in the engineering area doing a regular audit and exercise of our disaster recovery plans. Accountability and transparency is something that's quite important these days. I think all of the RIRs have been sort of encouraged to continue to develop our systems in the light of all of the discussions about internet governance and accountability of other organisations such as ICANN. So you've probably heard about the RIR accountability matrix. APNIC has updated a lot of accountability information on our website, so you can see sort of how the organisation works in detail. And that's also reflecting in a new approach to budgeting, which is now activity-based. And so those 3 areas of activities that I mentioned before, serving members, supporting the region and globally collaborating, are being displayed or being used as a framework for budgeting, and within each of those a number of different activity areas. So that's in response to membership requests, and it replaces a sort of more chart of accounts-based budgeting that we used to do. Okay, moving on to supporting the region. Does there happen to be some water at the table? Yep. Thanks. Somehow I didn't drink enough last night. Thank you, John. Okay, supporting the Asia-Pacific region. A few slides here. Policy development is under that set of activities. You've heard about our policy implementations. Probably the main one from last year was this one that allows us to distribute the return space from the IANA as sort of additional subsequent allocations to members who need a subsequent last/8 allocation. We implemented a new tool for consensus measuring in our meetings. This is a real-time thing. It actually looks a lot better if it's animated because it moves as the discussion goes on. Participants in the room or remotely can register. They can change their minds how they feel about the proposal under consideration. That's being used not as a voting mechanism or as a sort of final decision-making mechanism, but just as an aid to the chairs in determining, how they see the sense of the room. Like RIPE NCC, a lot of training happening at APNIC. Nearly 2,500 trainees trained last year, 76 courses, 29 locations, and then another 500 in online e-learning. 63 videos in our archives, and I don't know who's watching them, but there's 178,000 views last year, they tell me. So someone's taking it all in. Events last year, our main two events are like the other RIRs, sort of the main conference events that happen twice a year, but also like ARIN and RIPE NCC at least. We're conducting these regional meetings as well, and there were 5 of those last year. They move all around the region in an effort, as Axel said, to be able to reach our members and community more effectively. We do a lot of work with NOGs, and there are quite a few new national network operator groups being formed in the region. We're sort of helping, providing contributions where we can, where it's needed, and we send hostmasters, member services staff to meet with members, as well as often doing training. And across different sorts of events, whether they're training or outreach or informational, we're still doing, of course, a lot of IPv6 related work. Something also that's been requested more and more by members is information and outreach and support in infrastructure security matters. So we've got a dedicated security outreach guy who's come from the gets around doing workshops with law enforcement, just like some of the other RIRs are doing, also training and representation. He sits on the first board steering committee as well. We haven't had a lot of movement on RPKI in the region, so we've got a new campaign, Ready to Roar, and that's encouraging people to register to certify their resources and register their rowers. And that's going pretty well, thanks to the snappy graphics, I think. Okay, finally, collaborating. I mean, there's a lot of things we do under this banner, but one of the reasons for our activity-based budgeting was to show that it's not, that these activities, which include internet governance-related activities, aren't a huge proportion of our budget or expenses, but they're still very important. We consider international IPv6 advocacy, liaison with intergovernmental organisations, liaison with other RIRs and others in the community, IETF and ICANN and so on, as well as the internet governance activities to fall under this global cooperation framework. And when you put all of those things together, the point of this map is to show how busy we've been in the last year in terms of the engagements of APNIC across a bunch of different activities. Okay, another, finally, nearly, a new development last year was a blog that was launched late in the year, actually, in August. It's had several hundred posts to it so far, mostly from staff bloggers, but also we're allowing and inviting and encouraging community guest bloggers to contribute. And we're getting many thousands of views of that blog. It's a really good way to sort of bring together all of the announcement channels that we have had through different and sometimes confusing sort of lists and so forth, and put them all in one place. It's part of improving communications generally, so we're doing much more systematic social media these days, and really getting ourselves out there and seeing some good results, I think. And finally, our next meeting, APNIC 40, is in Jakarta in Indonesia, the 3rd to the 10th of September, and I'd hope to see some of you there. Everyone's invited, of course. And that's all, unless there are any questions.
Any questions
Thank
for
you.
Paul? Thank you, Paul. Okay. So next up, we have the AFRINIC presentation. Advi? Yes? Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Madhvi Gokul, Registration Service Manager at AFRINIC, and I'm here to give you the AFRINIC update. So as from next week, Monday, we have a new CEO, Alan Barrett. I've been here since Sunday, and I've heard quite a lot about his involvement at all levels, especially in the CRISP team. We're celebrating our 10 years of existence this year, and as at end of this quarter, the first quarter of the year, we have 36 full-time staff. It varies between 36 to 40. I don't think it has exceeded 40 yet. So since we were set up, we are now serving more than 1,000 members. We grow at a rate of 130 per year. We have issued roughly 70 million of IPv4 addresses since 2005. For the first quarter, the numbers were 3 million. We expect it to grow. We had quite a huge amount, it's big amount, a big increase in the number of IP addresses we issued last year. And we hope that the trend will increase, in fact, because there were some requests that have been pushed to this year because they were not compliant at that time. As of now, we have 2.74/8 available of V4 in our pool. We have issued roughly 1,100 AS numbers. Regarding IPv6, 430, that's 36% of our membership base have an IPv6 prefix. And as part of the 6 spots project that was being worked on, 51 countries out of our service region have at least one IPv6 prefix. So we're working with the other 5 to see if we can get them on board, just to fill, at least we know. Some of them have one operator, so to get them at least to start using the V6. Training starts for last year for INRM Internet Number Resource Management and IPv6. 353 engineers were trained in 11 training workshops that happened in 9 different countries on the continent. And for 2015, we have finalized the plan, and we will be in 14 countries to host training workshops, all thanks to some local hosts who have volunteered to host us. We had a restructuring exercise last year, which led to 2 new departments being created, the research and new technology, and the capacity building and community development. Existing staff were reshuffled so that they can focus now more on the activities of these 2 departments. And in the member services unit, we had the creation of the customer services unit, to liaise more with members and prospective members, and they have some projects that they will be focusing on for the next years to come. The work carrying and we also have the root server copy initiative. We participate in activities regarding internet governance. There's ICANN meetings, ITU, and IGF. We also cooperate with the African Union. There's the Access Project, which the African Union is working with internet exchange points in our region. At AFRINIC, internet exchange points, if they comply with the existing policy requirements, they can get a /24 V4 /48 of V6 and AS number, and we don't charge them anything for that. Okay. We also engage with governments in regard to IPv6 deployment. So the capacity building department is starting the work to engage governments in our service region to increase usage of IP resources and to also get them to participate with us. And in our training program, we have also included programs for training policymakers and managers. Last year, we deployed a new GUI server. It's based on the RIPE Java code. The MAFRINIC member portal that we offer to members, it was fully integrated with our billing platform. That has helped greatly and also shows the resources that they hold. So that decreases the, back and forth between the members and us. Why are you charging us for so much? And what did we do? And stuff like that. And we also worked on a new member enrollment to decrease the amount of time that hostmasters spend asking for information from the applicants so that we can see the justified needs before approving the request. So we're trying to automate as much as possible the information, the most basic information that is required from the applicants so that we can quickly and easily approve the requests. We also launched the AFRINIC routing them to move the route objects from the RIPE routing registry, which we were asking them to use previously, to move the objects to our routing registry. They face some issues. I think some operators they still want to query the RIPE
way, John. Come that way, John. Do this, John. Don't do this, John. Just trying to direct people summarize that. It's not actually that way. I work for all. Go forth and bang a glass. Okay, if folks will come in and be seated, we'll get started. No, it's a wonderful break, but we still have a schedule to keep. Okay. We're going to have the global report continue at this time. And the next report up is the ARIN report, which will be Naila.
Okay, thank you, John. So my name is Naila Sarras. I am the ARIN Services Manager at ICANN, and normally you see Leo or Elise up here giving an update. I'm actually taking over a little bit of the responsibilities from Leo with regards to working with the RIRs. I've been with ICANN since 2005, but mainly focused on domain names, and then for a while I did IDNs. Now I'm getting introduced to this wonderful community. So in terms of the ARIN update, today I'm going to talk about just briefly the last IPv4 allocation we did, a quick RDAP implementation update of what we're doing, a little bit on the audits we do annually at ICANN, and then performance reports. So for IPv4 allocation, in keeping with the agreed global policy, the allocation, this is the allocation of the recovered space back to the RIRs. This happens on March 1st and September 1st. The last one we did was March 2nd, because it was the first business day after March 1st. The formula or the little software tool that we use to determine how much space to allocate is on GitHub. I have the link up here if anyone wants to download it. We frequently, right before an allocation, we get emails from people in the RIR saying, hey, when's the allocation happen, and can I know ahead of time what's happening? So we sometimes either just run it and send them info, or we say, hey, go download it and run it for yourself. We put a link here to the last allocation, as I said, on March 1st, and this is what everybody got, about a /13, about 500,000 numbers, and this is a little bit of a snapshot from the actual registry, the IPv4 registry. So that was on the last allocation. Now, on RDAP. I'm really thankful for the presentation Andy gave, because it gave a very good background of where we're at and what you guys are doing. So our portion of this is the IANA consideration section in 7484, which was published in March of 2015. So this one calls for the IANA to create the JSON registries that we will populate with the URLs that you'll provide us. The JSON registries are published. I put this chart in yesterday just to show where this is going to show up. So this is the IANA IPv4 address space, straight right out of the website. I don't know how well you can see it, but I put a circle around the RDAP column. So essentially, there'll be a URL that you will give us that will show up in the RDAP column. Again, for RIRs, this is already set up. This applies to these three registries that are listed here, IPv4, IPv6, and AS numbers. And we started talking to you all about what the process is going to be for when you have your production URL ready, how you'll submit it to us, and then what will happen once we go ahead and populate the registries with those URLs in terms of maintenance if you need to change the URL. So that's what we're talking about. My colleague Selena and I expect to write up what we learned this week, and then we'll send it back to you and we'll go from there. We also want to talk about something we do annually at ICANN, the Service Organization Control Audits, SOC audits. These are things we undergo annually. We have 2 audits that we do. The SOC 3 audit happens on the DNSSEC root KSK work systems that we do. So this is the work for signing the root zone. We recently completed that audit and maintained the certification for the 5th year in a row. If you're familiar with these audits before, I think we used to call them the distrust audits, and so that's the same thing. We also do what's called a SOC 2 audit. That one is on our systems, the INS systems that we use to process the work that comes to us from our stakeholders. So that's for our ticketing system, for example. We use RT. We use another tool that we rely on very heavily called the root zone management system for all of our work with the TLDs. And that, so those 2 audits are very important. They keep us, they help us keep monitoring our systems and keep an eye on the controls and watch out for any issues. And another topic we wanted to discuss here was the performance reports. So I think this is something that we've said before, and we've brought examples here to these presentations. So IANA publishes every month its performance reports. Some of these are for the SLA that we have with the IETF. Some are the root zone management reports. All of them are linked to from this web page that we have up here. What's important about what these performance reports are, it's our monitoring of ourselves. And the KPIs, the key performance indicators that we're reporting against here were developed through public consultations with the community. So the famous public comment areas that we all love. So lots of public consultations to come up with what key performance indicators we want to measure ourselves against. We give some examples. This is an allocation of number resources for February. So this number is dated, this slide is from the February data. Unfortunately, because of the volume is not there, everything here is showing as compliant 100%. So it's not a great slide, and I apologize about that. I do have the data for March 2015, and unfortunately I couldn't, the timing was just not right for me to include that data. But that data will include, for example, the March allocation of the IPv4 data. And so, but again, when we publish it, I expect it to all meet the KPIs. Another example we included is our work on the protocol parameters. We played a little bit with the x-axis here. This is from our, this is our numbers for our work with the IETF, protocol parameters. The IETF expects us to be at 90% of our performance, against our performance targets. And so 90% falls somewhere along the bottom of this chart. We actually have a little bit of a higher target for ourselves internally. So you can see from this chart that we typically fall well above the 90% and well above the 95% that we have for ourselves internally. And we're in the 97 to 99, 100% usually. And finally, another example we have on our performance reports is the root zone management report. This one is a very, very high-level snapshot. It just tells you what type of requests are coming to the IANA for root zone management and how long it takes us to process each type. There's a lot more root zone data that's published on the performance reports page that I encourage you to go and look at. But essentially, I like it because it's a nice breakdown of how long you can expect when you have a request with us for a certain change, how long it would take. Please be aware that the data for delegation and redelegations includes both CCTLDs and GTLDs. And of course, we're doing lots of GTLD delegations right now, and those are coming in very quickly. In terms of processing, a lot of volume coming in, and then a lot of processing happening very quickly. If there's a CCTLD redelegation or a CCTLD delegation for that matter request, you can expect the numbers to be skewed a little bit because it takes longer to do a CCTLD redelegation or delegation. Understandably so, because of what you have. There's a lot more processes to fulfill to make that kind of change. And I think that's all we wanted to talk about here in this update, and happy to take any questions you have for us.
Any questions? Yes.
Hi, Martin Henning from Akamai. I just want to compliment you on your Twitter feed. I'm an avid follower of Ayanna Who's updates, and I encourage you to do more of that. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Excellent. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, John.
Wow. So I guess the good news is we have a lot of time for open microphone. This is the section where we take any topics that have come up. The microphones are open. Please approach the mics for any other topic or questions you might have. Yes, Lee.
Lee Howard. David Huberman called me out earlier today and said that I was unaware of or didn't understand the plight of the small ISP in dealing with ARIN. And I confess that I may well be ignorant. It's been something like 20 years I've worked for a small ISP. I would like to ask or invite ARIN to convene a panel of small ISPs at the next ARIN meeting so we can hear sort of an experience report from them.
Excellent. Point taken, and so noted. A panel of small ISPs to talk about how we facilitate and or abuse them. One of the small ISPs is coming, no.
Dave Huberman, Microsoft, completely unrelated. Let's see, how much are the ARIN boards here?
We have, we don't have Vint, but we have Bill, myself, Paul, Tim, Mr. Sandiford back, and Mr. Aaron Hughes.
Great, so everybody fit, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, he can't hear me anyway.
Well,
Yeah, so the relating party agreement of RPKI. When are you guys going to fix this? It has.
My gosh, that presupposes a lot of things.
It has directly affected the rollout of RPKI across the world.
So, if you look in, first, I don't know if people know, but our meeting minutes have become more fulsome, more complete as of this year. The meeting minutes for the ARIN board include the briefing materials. If you go to the January meeting minutes, you will see the briefing materials supplied to the board on potential RPKI agreement changes and on RSA changes. Our present RSA does not directly reference resource certification services in the agreement. I could point to it and say it says other services and RPKI is another service, but given that we might want to rely very much on the RSA, if we do anything with RPKI's agreement, we need to make sure we have something that's very applicable. The total package is recommending a new RSA, where we're doing it anyway, a new RSA that's a little clearer. So this would be we're very close on RSA and LRSA. We're within only the fee schedule. We would do a new RSA, which is actually an RSA and LRSA. Language would be the same, only reference would be the fee table. It would include a direct reference for resource certification in the list of services in the second paragraph. With that in place, it's conceivable that we make a decision that we rely upon that indemnification, that everyone signs up to indemnify ARIN for when they get resources. We could rely on that indemnification and not also require every relying party to indemnify us. This is a risk decision. So the board talked about it, myself, Steve Ryan, staff, we're doing a little bit of homework and cleanup on some issues. We're coming back to the board. It's actually on next month's agenda, and we're going to try again. But it's actively being worked, and you can read briefing materials on January.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. Any follow-ups on that before we move to the next topic? We're angels dare to trade. Okay. Yes, back microphone.
I think the board should no longer have scheduled activities during lunchtime so that the board could instead have lunch with the rest of the membership during meetings.
I will make sure that we bring that up as a topic. I'm all for that.
At lunch.
But yeah, at the next lunch we have, without anyone else at it, we'll bring it up. As it turns out, that's actually a great idea, and the only sensitivity is that board members have a huge workload right now. Board members have monthly calls for ARIN and now are at the meetings, and we probably end up having to add another day for our board meetings if we didn't slip them into lunches and breakfasts. So I think it would be a good idea. I'm sensitive to the board commitments. The board needs to talk about it. Okay? But you guys can tell me what you want to do. Front mic.
So two things. One first is a question. Kevin Bloomberg, The Wire, ARIN AC, speaking on my behalf. The question is, in the past, when ARIN has received back space, we've given it back to IANA to then distribute out to the other RIRs. Not all of it, but there's been some generosity within the ARIN community in that regard. With ARIN now reaching end of days with IPv4 in terms of its free pool, will any returns be utilized first from unmet requests, or will ARIN be returning back to IANA to then have trickle effect down back in and go to unmet requests?
You know, I actually know exactly what you're asking. That's a great question. I'm trying to remember if either our return plan or if the global return policy times out. I don't know offhand. I'd have to look. I don't expect we're sending more stuff back to Diana, but I'll double check. I believe one of them has an expiration in that now that Diana is taking that pool and issuing it out per the remaining IPv4 global policy, I don't think it's taking more in. I don't know if it was designed to do both at the same time, but I will double check. I believe now that's no longer the case, and all the collections that have gone to the IANA are there.
I'm sure that information would be very useful to organizations who are looking to be altruistic within the region, but not necessarily altruistic globally, just as a suggestion.
We will get that and get you an answer tomorrow. I will look, double check the process.
Actually, I just wanted to reinforce what Lee had said in the ARIN meeting to have a panel on with smaller ISPs, but I'd also like to request that the panel include folks who have sort of maybe non-traditional requests, for example, CDN providers, any CAS providers.
Okay, excellent. And we'll get you the information you want.
And yeah, I just wanted to do one question.
Okay, keep going.
So in regards to Lee Howard's small ISP, I happen to be a small ISP. One thing to think about is that many of the issues that at least I am contemplating as a small ISP actually aren't for my own company, but for all of the smaller end customers who no longer can come to the small ISPs for their assignments and allocations. So it's actually sort of a trickle-down effect. And that group of people, those don't even know that there is an issue at this point.
Excellent. Back microphone.
Mike Jove, Google. I wanted to come up and discuss the out-of-region concept. So today we saw the policy, while it got about 2/3 of the vote, there were a number of folks who stood up in opposition who raised certain concerns. This is a policy that's been on the docket in some form or another for quite some time, and seems to have gone back and forth, not just in form, but also in support. Previous PPM, it was well supported, went to recommend a draft policy, and at this one, we saw some more concerns brought up. I'd like to I still think it's a sound policy, but if there are people who have concerns, I'd like to suggest that, you know, we use open mic, as we often do, to air general policy, philosophy, and thoughts. So I'd like to understand if anyone here feels that out-of-region use is a good thing, if there's ideas that people have for what would be acceptable to them in terms of this, either this policy changing or some other policy. But I'd really like to understand, because it seems like there's a lot of folks who support the concept, if not this particular incarnation, although, you know, the vote's notwithstanding in favor of it. But I'd like to sort of suggest to my colleagues that we certainly would be interested in hearing, hopefully the AC president would be interested in understanding what the community consensus is on this out-of-region policy, because I'd note that we can't continue without something. You know, leaving this open to interpretation by staff has had rather unfortunate effects, I think, for both staff and the community. And so I think we need to do something. And I'd like to understand what everyone else thinks we should do.
Okay, so noting that we have other people on the line, we will take some time for this first. So on the topic of out-of-region use, if you'd like to come up and speak on that, explain what you think we should do to solve this problem, which is not policy we just discussed, because that's obviously, you're asking for alternatives.
Yeah, I mean, the policy gathered quite a bit of support, but there seems to be some concern, so I'd like to understand if other people have other thoughts about this, what they are.
So people who have other solutions to this problem, approach the mics. Anyone else want to come up and...
actually, I'd also ask if anyone thinks we shouldn't solve this, because it seems like people generally feel like we should do something. But if people think we don't, I'd like to understand that too.
We had discussion. I don't want to regroup the discussion. I just want to know, does anyone want to speak that we don't have a problem to solve at all? Does anyone want to speak that they have an alternative solution? We don't have a solution that, we had a discussion, but we've never had a discussion where people have jumped up and all agreed, yes, we need to move forward. So if anyone has alternatives or thinks it's not a problem and wants to speak to that, now would be a time. I note that we also all know each other. If people have any other ideas, it would be fine, Joseph. Marty, do you want to come speak to us? Excellent.
So Martin Hannigan, Makamai. I honestly don't know what the problem is, to be honest.
Okay.
I've been using my resources all over the world for six odd years since I've been at Akamai. I've been clear when I requested addresses from ARIN that where exactly I would use them. Initially, when I got them, as you would imagine, some of us use our address pools in a singular fashion where we just rotate through them. And if I have a requirement in France or in California, whatever number comes up next, with the exception of APNIC numbers, which we can talk about that at the bar, but I use it. They're accepted, they're never rejected. I can take any prefix in the world and assign it to another provider and give them an LOA, and a network operator just takes them and routes them. I can enter my ARIN prefixes into RIPE-DB to allow for European operators to build filters. And the simple thing that I need to do, which I agreed to do at ARIN's request many years ago, was to simply tack up the anchor in the United States, which I abide by, which is pointless, but I do it because that's what I was asked to do, so I comply. This proposal started out as a request from law enforcement, if everybody remembers, to help them to be able to better accomplish their goals with respect to due process. They came to us and they said, we can't find these people to serve them subpoenas, help us. And if you take I ought to do this as an experiment, but if you take version 1 and you take what we have today and you run it through diff, there's almost nothing that is common. And I think that that's a problem that the AC should consider discussing at their meetings, and how to better serve the original intent of the needs that the different aspects of our community have. And by the way, I'm not saying that their proposal was valid or that it should have been passed in the manner that they asked for, but they did ask for it, and they actually stood up at the last meeting and said, we really want you to do this or else. And
So let's get back on top with respect to actual use.
Yep.
I don't see the problem, and then the other kind of thought I had while the discussion went on was with respect to the comment related to government and politics. You can go to the ripe region and become an LIR and get a 22, and as long as you have an element in a region, you can use those numbers anywhere in the world, and I don't think that the United States government is asking the ripe NCC what they're doing. I suspect that no government would ask us either, and I have a little bit of basis for that. I'm not Steve Ryan. I don't do the research that he did, but when companies provide services in countries, typically a legal review happens, and we consider those issues, what the impacts to government and their considerations, and in fact, going through one in the Caribbean. These happen all over the world, and they're very common. So I'm not quite clear why we need this. I guess I don't care. Thank you.
Okay. Marty, one other thing. I don't know if it originated with law enforcement. That might have been one of the reasons, but they were definitely one of the early supporters of it. I will say there was a policy experience report where ARIN staff noted we are getting requests specifically with, quote, infrastructure in the U.S. and customer lists entirely outside of region. By the way, we've been getting those since this policy's been in place for 2 years, and we've been satisfying them. So while they're inconvenient to validate, they haven't destroyed the organization.
Sure. And I understand what their ultimate objective is. I think that there are some aspects of many governments that would like to see a China-like internet where everything is completely controlled and trackable. I think that's an unrealistic goal. But I do support the goal of reliable due process to the extent that it's possible. I'll also note that I believe that the initial request was to ARIN as a corporation to do a better job, in paraphrasing, to do a better job at, with respect to accuracy related to their billing data. Basically, how do I reach the people that are paying for these numbers? I don't think we need a policy for that, Don. I think that, and I will not be surprised tomorrow to learn that we have a few million additional dollars in the bank. And I, as a member of the internet community, and not speaking for Akamai with respect to cost, but I, as a member of the internet community, would be willing to sacrifice a fee reduction to pay for the cost to make sure that the billing data is accurate and to satisfy a very minor need that the law enforcement people are asking us for.
Okay.
So I think there's two issues here. They're very separate at this point because of morphing of the proposal, but those are my thoughts. Thank you.
There has been significant morphing. Okay. David, did you want to reply to that?
Yeah, I think Milton, both of us.
Milton or you to go first?
Go ahead, Milton. No, please. No, go ahead.
So Marty's talk was a perfect example of why we really need to deal with this. He gets up and he says, I can do everything this policy is trying to let me do. And the staff is telling us that they don't want you doing that. Okay? And lots of other people are telling us that you don't want you doing that. And there are people in the room who are telling me they can't do that and they're trying to do that. So what is it exactly that we want to accomplish here? I'm amazed at the degree to which maybe of the 5 people who got up and spoke against this policy, maybe 4 of them fundamentally agreed with the principle that the address space is a global resource, that RARs do not exist to territorialize address allocation, but in fact exist to facilitate the distribution of addresses. I think everybody agrees that companies that are fundamentally sited in a particular region should be able to get all of their global address needs from that region. I don't understand why we can't work this out. I think if I'm going to make a concrete suggestion, as you asked and as Mike Joseph asked, for how we can move this forward, I think one obvious thing is to get the IPv4 scarcity issue out of the way by providing some very clear implementation date that gets us beyond the point at which people would be trying to abuse this policy to get IPv4 resources. I think that would be something we could do. I also like the suggestion Kevin made, which is that fundamentally we're talking about a global policy issue. And I would like to see a very general statement emerging as a global policy saying that RIRs are not there to fragment the address space, but are in fact there to facilitate the distribution of addresses. I would be willing to try a hand at drafting a policy, but that doesn't solve the immediate problem because of the length of time it would take to do a global policy. I think something has to be done here and very quickly, in addition to pushing for some kind of global statement of policy.
If I ask, Milton, if I can ask a question about the immediate policy, the immediate problem. So you suggested an implementation date past the point where ARIN is doing allocation when we're at runout effectively. And ARIN runout's an interesting thing because it's done little slashes across. It's really the first time we hit the waiting list and we can't satisfy someone. There may be a few other people who come in and get one or two, but we'll always have one odd shape left for a while.
That's
But the
why I said
point in
we need
time,
some definition that really.
right, at the point in time when we're no longer generally issuing space, I guess my question would be, if this policy is about making allocations, and we're at the point where we're no longer doing it, the only effect of this policy is it's indirect reference during transfers. Okay? And I guess I would ask, as someone who's been looking at ARIN for years going forward, we're going to have an awful lot of transfers to go back and look at initial allocation and assignment policy when we're not making any allocations and assignments anymore. And might it be better to just take the essence of that policy and put it into the transfer language rather than putting it in assignment and allocation language?
That's a good idea. That's something worth exploring too.
Because that is really the indirect reference that we're looking for. All right, but I mean, yeah, whatever you want to do it. David.
So, David Conrad, I can, but speaking only for myself, as always. In a previous life, to answer the specific questions, in a previous life, when I was attempting to obtain address space from ARIN, additional address space from ARIN, I had my request pushed back because it didn't meet the needs or it didn't meet the used space requirement, because a portion of the address space that was allocated by ARIN was used outside of region. This resulted in us having to redeploy some architecture, some infrastructure, move things around to allow us to request additional address space from ARIN. Whether or not that's an issue, that's for the community to decide. The main driver that I saw for this policy was the fact that ARIN staff was faced with a unclear implementation situation, and the request was made in some far off, fine, exotic place that it would be really nice to clarify what the policy was with regard to out-of-region use. We still, as far as I'm aware, have not come up with a resolution that addresses the staff requirement, even though there have been patches and workarounds to address that. It's still not particularly clear. In yet another different previous life, I did have some involvement with the law enforcement interests on this particular policy. And the key that I was able to derive interest that they had was they needed attribution, attributability, being able to try to use the available resources to locate the bad guys that are using the network resources. The concern with the out-of-region stuff was that it makes that particular task that much harder. And to simplify that, having a particular policy that would allow for attribution, regardless of where the address space was in use, would probably meet their requirement. And that goes to the interest in a global policy. And I find myself terrifyingly almost in agreement with Milton. So I'm going to sit down now.
Okay. We have Sandra at the back first, so go ahead, Sandra.
This is not on the topic.
Right. Are you on the topic? Oh,
Yes.
okay, I'm sorry. Let's continue with David first. Thank you, Sandra.
David Farmer, University of Minnesota, ARIN AC. We spend a lot of money marketing the fact that the universe isn't going to end when we're out of V4. Can we in the room realize this? And yes, there's issues going on with V4, but we shouldn't make horrible policy regarding V6 while we're fixing those problems. Thank you.
Back microphone.
A refreshing change of topic. Sandy Murphy Parsons, and no, I don't speak for Parsons, heavens. I told you that I was going to be talking about him. The question arose to my mind when David was speaking during the CRISP panel. I thought he was asking a question I was wondering about, and the answer didn't match. I mentioned this to a couple of colleagues, and they said, bring it to the open mic. I think they were setting me up. But
we'll know in a minute.
about SLAs, we're going through a whole lot of work to create principles that will guide the eventual determination of an SLA with IANA. The presentation just now talked about IANA's SLA with the ITF. West George at the NANOG meeting last October talked about the absence of having a strong SLA with ARIN, and some of the IRR consultation messages said something about RADB and their SLA and being able. So I'm considering we're setting up these principles for SLA for IANA. Reciprocal, what's the SLAs that the RIRs over the world set for their members? Is there one? If not, why are we asking for an SLA from IANA? If there is the SLA that we're asking from IANA going to be stronger? If so, why? Is it going to be weaker? If so, why? Et cetera.
It's actually a very good question. In fact, it's even more interesting than you might imagine.
Oh.
A lot of people like IANA. A lot of people, IANA would have a lot of friends if it was in the room and it was a single person. If it was oh, that's true. Everyone would like to be able to know that they can tell Elise what to do. Okay? Now, right. Now, as it turns out, that's actually pretty, I guess it's, the attention on IANA reflects the idea of people attempting to look at control issues. So you have an SLA with IANA so that if IANA doesn't follow the directions that you expect, you can do something about it. Then there's the other part of an SLA, which is we sent you a request to process it within a reasonable amount of time. Interestingly, both of these concepts are commingled in the SLA discussion. Particularly when you go to the names community, their attraction to IANA is almost magnetic. It's amazing how close they'd like to be to knowing that their requests are processed in a timely manner in the way they wish. The reality is that it's not about the service levels. The ICANN IANA team has done a great job serving the community. At least for the RIRs, we've said this. It shows up in the CRISP team that way. So the attention to what you hear of an SLA for IANA is a proxy in many cases for what do we do if it doesn't follow our instructions? And that's not really a service level issue. It's a lot of people thinking about worst case control issues. Okay. Now, regarding the RIRs, we also have the same, we represent you. So we have both accountability and SLA issues. For accountability, the RIRs actually have built an accountability matrix that shows how we are all elected, how we do our boards, how we do our bylaws. That's on the NRO website. The CRISP team proposal calls for an independent review of that. And it suggests that the NRO Number Council, which is friendly referred to as the ASOAC, be the one to do that review. The RIRs right now are talking about that concept as, while the community suggested the NRO-NC, we're not sure that's the best. The NRO-NC, which acts as the ASOAC and ICANN, has two very clear missions: build global policy and appoint ICANN board members. We're not sure reviewing the RIR is right. It might be better for an organization like the CRISP team or an independent auditor or someone to look at our accountability. So we do believe the call to review the RIR accountability is a good one, and we're talking about it. I don't have an end position on it, but I know we've talked about it several times this week, so you'll hear that shortly. I do think the RIR accountability should be reviewed and reported back to the community to show that we're as strong as, if you're worried about IANA accountability, you should worry about RIR accountability. Regarding service level agreement, that's actually up to each of the RIRs, because they're the ones that provide the services to the community, and their members are the ones that pay the bill. So if you had a group of people who could get together in each region and decide what services should be offered, and what is included in those services, and what's the timeliness, and what's the priority of adding new services, kind of like a services working group, that would let you also work on what's the SLA level, how many nines are important. Tomorrow we're going to have fee and services update. Part of that is discussion of a suggestion that went out on the mailing list for an ARIN region services working group, which would be in the perfect position to work on SLA and propose that to the board, et cetera, et cetera. So you asked about SLA for IANA and the accountability issues that are being proxied. We are looking at, and we have put accountability information online. For the services, each RIR has to decide how to set service level. And in this region, I think if we can get enough people interested in the services working group, they're the best ones to propose what the SLA should be.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Thanks.
I think the one answer is that an SLA does not currently exist for all RIRs.
Like, for example, if you go to our annual report, which was just published online, you will see we have a service level commitment. Mark works very hard to make sure we hit our service levels of availability, and it's published. But it was set by the management team, approved by the board, and we report on it. We could think about having more community ownership with that.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Arat.
Hi, John. Rob Sees from Time Warner Cable, ARIN AC. Speaking on my own regarding some email that I sent back and forth with ARIN staff a couple weeks ago. I'm going to pull the microphone out of here and turn around and look at the room and say, who here knows what DNS-OARC is? Can I just see a show of hands? Oh, good. It's better than I thought. So I noticed recently that we're the only RIR that is not a member of DNS-OARC. And you might guess from their name that they do some sort of research and maybe some software and tools development for things involving the DNS. And I thought, hey, wait, that's no big deal, right? Because we don't do anything regarding DNS. Oh, wait, yeah, we do like half of it. Yeah. So I sent email to ARIN staff and said, hey, I wanted to call this to your attention. It's an easy oversight because, frankly, I'm surprised so many people in the room know who they are because before I worked for a TLD operator, I didn't. But I think it would be good if we were members of DNS-OARC. And John told me, well, I'd be glad to take that to the board as a suggestion. But I'd like to see some interest from the community. And, well, I could send it in via ACSP or bring it up at open mic. So if there are other people here who think that that might be a good thing to do, I'd appreciate hearing from you at the microphone or JC later or whatever.
Let me suggest. So the board members, raise your hand, board members. Okay. These are the board members. If you like DNS-OARC, you look at one, figure out the shortest vector to the shortest board member, okay? Because we're going to break very shortly, okay? And all you need to do is get in front of these people because ultimately the board owns the fiduciary duty, and that's at two levels. First, the money. Well, okay, the money's the money depending on what level of support it is. The second is mission. The IRS has these really interesting rules. If we send money to another organization, we have to be certain it is money that's supporting something compatible with our mission and in that line. And it's probably one of the most important board duties is to make sure that money doesn't just slip out to support something that may not be in the mission. So find a board member, explain on why it's important, why ARIN should be involved. We get a lot of requests for support for organizations. I can't even, 2 or 3 a month is what we get. And I filter some and some go to board. But it really takes you folks finding board members if you want us to financially support an organization, because the board member you find has to sell the rest of the board to make it happen. All for it. We have the funds. It's just, is it in our mission? And is it, the board has to weigh, are they spending their money wisely? And I'll tell you, they weigh that pretty heavily. We don't preciously sign up, particularly for ongoing things, because once you join an organization, it turns out it's 10 times sickier than leaving an organization a lot of times. They'd like you to be there. So find a board member, let them know you think it's important.
And
Yes.
don't forget that, if you're going to encourage running to your local board member, that John's also a board member, so if you have ideas.
That's also true, but I know I also know where the exits are. Go ahead. Yes.
So RS, quick question. When we go to DNS OARC webpage, it has a list on the right of sponsors, those providing beneficial dollars, and it's a really big list of some really big companies, as well as the RIRs. Is there a funding issue there?
None.
Okay, so why are we giving them money? Why they ask?
So I don't know if there is or isn't a funding issue. However, the money is not the only thing they get from their members. There's sometimes anonymized data. There's other things that come into OARC to support the research mission.
Okay. I guess I misunderstood the conversation. I thought we were talking about sponsorship.
It's not just money.
Okay. Thank you.
David, do you want to respond?
Sure. I'm not really associated with the DNS OARC other than ICANN, I believe, is a member at some status level. But in general, DNS OARC is a neutral, non-biased party that addresses operational issues associated with the DNS and looks at various research topics associated with that operational aspects of the DNS. And if you are involved, as pretty much every ISP probably needs to be with operational DNS-related matters, OARC is actually a very good venue in which to work with other folks who are looking at similar topics and find solutions to common problems, get early understanding of what some of those common problems might be or the ones that are about to bite you in the butt. So I would encourage organizations, including ARIN, to look at seriously becoming a member of DNS OARC, and no, they did not pay me for this commercial.
Thank you very much. Okay, microphones remain open. Any other topics? Yes, back microphone.
Well, actually, I just wanted to come up and thank everybody. We transitioned out of my previous topics. I just wanted to thank everyone for their contributions and discussion about that today. And I'll just close with, on that topic, with the concept that we quite frankly, and I can't emphasize this enough, we as ARIN members, we seek relief from unclear policy here. This is a real problem. Despite the fact, like David, we generally get our resource requests approved today, we don't actually understand why. And so we thank you for that, but this is a problem for our business. We have massive business interest in maintaining our IP holdings, and that's not going to stop with exhaustion, and we need clarification. And I suggest probably others in the room do too.
Remember, staff asked for it. We're the ones who put the policy expansion report out.
Well, the fact that you also want clarification is nice, but my bigger concern is that I need it.
Right. I understand. I support your position is what I'm saying.
Thanks, John.
Go ahead. Marty?
So I just wanted to address Milton's comment with respect to he doesn't understand what the big deal is, and I think that Mike just explained what the big deal is on clear policy. This particular proposal has been in the queue for almost 2 years now, and I think it was 5 revisions or something to that effect, and legal revised their opinion just recently.
Right.
When I said that I don't care in one way, but with respect to the actual proposal, I do care. I do think it's unclear, and the reason why I'm not willing to just go along is because again, I think Mike explained it, that there is quite a bit of unclear policy, and Milt's comment with respect to his understanding that people have had different experiences than me with their out-of-region uses is to my point that this is potentially not the proper language. But to also to the work that he's done on this, I think that, and my role as the representative of Akamai, we're happy to work with him to come up with language that's suitable and hopefully crystal clear so that we don't have to worry that the use that we have now will be somehow impacted in the future, whether you're the CEO or someone else is, or the staff changes or something. Thank you.
Yep, seems worthwhile. Yes, front and center.
Hi, John Springer, Inland Telephone, ARIN EC, speaking only for myself. I hope it's not a surprise to everyone in the room that from time to time we go round and round and round with policies, sometimes for years. I recall an instance in 2009 where we did something like this with transfer policy. Eventually, the board identified threats to the organization, or what they believed were threats to the organization, and acted to ameliorate those threats. To the extent that council has identified any out-of-region use threats to the organization, if the community is unable to come to some sort of agreement here, at what point is the board going to act to protect the organization?
So actually, as someone aware of how the PDP functions there, if processing these requests that we're currently receiving for resources from parties whose demand is predominantly out of region and maybe based on infrastructure in the region. We've been processing these for the last 2 years, even after we said we're getting a lot of them, we're not sure they match what any of us anticipate. So in and of it, while it is unclear and while it is difficult to verify and while there may be fraud involved, does not endanger the organization. It's suboptimal in so many ways, but it does not endanger the organization. So I don't see anything rising to the point of us suspending policy or initiating an emergency policy process. If that's the case, it's my job to bring it forth, and I haven't seen the need for that yet. Okay. Maybe we need to change the PDP to reflect the new going forward model. Maybe we need to, all policy proposals that add end lines need to remove at least N line from the PDP, maybe 2N now that I think about it, working towards simplification. I don't know. But it is true, we have a lot of language in the PDP, and once we get to depletion, a lot of that language is only indirectly referenced. I would hate to be someone coming, looking at NERPM 2 years from now, 3 years from now, and asking why they're being referred to assignment or allocation text. Okay? Yes, no, not PDP, thank you. Okay, any other questions? I'm going to close the mics. I'm going to close the mics in 15 seconds. Last chance. 10, 5, 3, 2, 1. Mics are closed. Thank you for the end of this open microphone session. I'd like to thank our sponsors for today as we come to a close. WebPass. Our webcast sponsor, Google. If you want more information about them, just go to Google. And our refreshment break sponsors, Fastmetric, Server Hub, and IPv4 monitoring. Okay, there's a meeting survey. Okay, you'll find it if you have the application. You can get it, or you can access it via the link. Watch for an email, we'll send it to you. And we use that to figure out how to improve these meetings. We have reminders tomorrow. We are going to start at 8 a.m. It's the members meeting. Everyone. It's a members meeting, but it's open to everyone. We call it a members meeting because we handle business of the organization. Breakfast at 8, meeting at 9 in here. The materials are online. You're on your own tonight. Thank you. I look forward to seeing everyone tomorrow.